Come on in here, y'all. Come on in. I will let the room fill up. Dr. Short has never used Twitter Spaces before, so I gotta invite him. So it's gonna once he gets in the room, I'm going to bring Dr. Randy Short on. So please have some patience. Dr. Short has never used Twitter Spaces before. He's never spoke on it. He's never listened to a Twitter Space. So this is all new. Anybody gonna be around? Want to co-host? Oh, we got Nicey here. Okay. I'm gonna need a little help managing the room. But yeah, we're gonna have Dr. Randy Short in here. And the reason why we're doing this, today we're gonna talk about Black music culture and Black music. Dr. Short, for those of you who don't know who Dr. Randy Short is, Dr. Short is in here. I just sent you an invite to speak, Dr. Short. For those of you who don't know who Dr. Short is, Dr. Short is someone who's been a political insider forever, and he's been pro-Black much longer, and being pro-Black has gotten him kicked out of the inner circles of Washington D.C. I had to hit the button if y'all can hear me speaking. Hit the love button or the 100 button or something like that, because I don't, for me, I don't. I'm used to YouTube where I can see the Twitter. Okay, y'all can hear me. Okay, cool. Dr. Short, I just sent you a request to speak, Dr. Short. Let me see here. Yeah, I just sent you a request to speak, Dr. Short. Just hit that, or if you're not sure what it is, send me a text. I can't get on my phone now, but send me a text, Dr. Short, if you're unsure how to do it. But basically, it should be a little thing at the bottom that you see. You've been requested on the bottom left of your screen, if you can hear me. So yeah, I know you can hear me, Dr. Short, but I don't know if you can hear me. Shit. Let's see here. Now I'm only speaking to Dr. Short right now. I'm not taking any other requests. There we go. So yeah, Dr. Randy Short is somebody who, if those of you follow me on YouTube, y'all know that he always brings the truth. And today we're talking about Black culture and Black music, because our music and our culture go synonymous, and there's a one-to-one connection going back. We could trace it well over 100 years of Black Americans influencing the world when it comes to our music. Post-slavery, it's like the minute we got out of slavery in the 1860s, here comes the Fifth Jubilee Singers changing the world musically, and we haven't stopped since then. And so for these people who come from other places and immerse themselves into our culture to try to claim ownership of that culture is just fundamentally wrong. And it's some, basically at this point, it's some straight up Judas shit going on. So, we thinking we had homies, but we had a whole bunch of Judases around us. I was on Facebook today, and there's this one guy that used to be around. I never had him as a friend, but I was, people tagged me in this post. Some dude named Jason Reed, who used to always be around, and I thought, I never knew him like that. I thought he was cool just from what I would see from a distance. And I'm looking at his Facebook today, and homie was mad as hell for some reason that Black people claiming our music, Black Americans. I'm like, dude, you had a Jamaican flag in your picture. Like, no disrespect to Jamaica, but you've already delineated yourself, man. So take this. So yeah, we going through that right now. People that we was always that we thought was down, mad at what's going on because we're standing up for ourselves. So I want Dr. Short to break that down on an even deeper level. If you're not familiar with Dr. Short, you're about to be familiar right now. His name is Coon Bomber on here. And no, he doesn't have his picture. No, he doesn't have his main profile. Why? Because he's done so many things within Washington they trace this dude, and he can't do some of the things that we do. But he's validated, verified. If you want to see him on camera, go back and watch Bug Breaking. He was in that with Tariq Nasheed. He'll be in Tariq's newest documentary on Foundation of Black American Revolutionaries. So that's who he is. With that being said, I got Dr. Short here. Dr. Short, unmute yourself. It's a button at the bottom left of your thing. There we go.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna let Dr. Short cook, and then I'll let him get to a few of you guys' questions, and then he has to get out of here in about an hour and a half. So, go ahead, Dr. Short.
Yeah, I've got 2 hours.
You got 2 hours? All right, cool.
Yeah, I can go until 3. One thing we need to all get straight, because I just had to tell a brother who's a Jamaican American, who's a good, cool cat, who was born here. Black Americans are universal people. We just don't know it because, one, I'm going to just say it. We too many of us hate our own guts. Too many of us listen to the racist hype of people who hate our guts and use that as a platform to look at ourselves. And that's a mistake here. Let's just deal with something that's very fundamental, because I'm about to tell everybody in Jamaica to kiss my ass and go to hell. Because what you know as Jamaican culture, a lot of what y'all are just so balled over, I'm talking about Black Americans, have no idea what really and who really a Jamaican is, nor do most Jamaicans know. And Jamaicans are often profoundly ignorant of their own history. They're as ignorant of their history as we are ignorant of our own history. But let me help everybody. One of the key cultural pillars of Jamaican culture, Trinidadian culture, throughout the Caribbean, and I'm going to go into religion for a minute, are people called the spiritual or shouter Baptist. I repeat, spiritual or shouter Baptist. Now, what many people would not be aware of, because again, Black American people don't take themselves seriously. They don't know who they are. They don't know how diverse our population is and how pivotal we've been to the entire Black world. It wouldn't mean anything because we don't travel, we don't read, we don't research. More of us need to. The Shouter Baptists in particular in Jamaica, in fact, one of the most important events in Jamaican history occurred in 1831, same year as the Nat Turner Revolt, 1831. And with a great interesting thing, both men, Nat Turner and a man by the name of Sam Sharp, or Samuel Sharp, or Dada Sharp, another Baptist minister, same year, had the most serious revolts against slavery in America and in the British Empire at the same time, same year, same religious sect. But what most people don't know is that the origin of the Shouter Baptists in Jamaica were Black Americans transported to Jamaica during the American Revolution as punishment for the revolutionary white patriots who didn't want to serve King George. Tens of thousands of Black people were taken out of the United States and dispersed in Europe, Canada, and the Caribbean. I repeat, tens of thousands, as many as 20,000 people were taken from the United States to the island of Jamaica between, say, 1779 and 1781, 82. So if you understand, if you know anything about the population of Jamaica at that time, it's a fair guesstimate that anywhere from 5 to 20% of Jamaicans are descendants of a forced diaspora to Jamaica from the United States. So let's just knock their whole fucking culture down from the get-go. And the difference between the Black American and the other people is that they didn't go over with some tripped out attitude that they were better or special, but blended in and added to the culture. Some people go to other countries and become brothers and sisters and mix and blend with the population there. Other people travel and they're like invaders, they're like barbarians. They war against the people that they meet in their own country, and they don't mix in, and they operate against the people that are who are often black. Is there an example in history about that same time? Absolutely. When the Maroons in Jamaica were forced to leave Jamaica by the British, and they were taken to Nova Scotia, where another group of Black Americans who had fought on the side of the British for their freedom, and for every Black that fought for the American Revolution, as many as 20 fought for the British because they guaranteed them their freedom. The Jamaicans who were taken to Nova Scotia fought against and were enemies of the Black Americans and Afro-Canadians in Nova Scotia. And that's not new in their history. The Maroons in Jamaica that they boast about actually worked as slave catchers and struck a deal with the British in exchange for their freedom. They would prevent people from running away from the slave plantation into the mountains where the Maroons were. So these Maroons that the Jamaicans just praise how they're Black and radical, it's a fucking lie. They basically only looked out for themselves and were willing to sell out, betray, and be enemies of other Jamaicans trying to get the same freedom that they had. Just so you'll know. And where does this logical progression of not treating people right when they go to different countries? I'm glad you asked, audience. These people were taken to Sierra Leone. And Sierra Leone, even as recently within the last 2 weeks, police were shooting people down in the streets. Several policemen were killed. They don't know how many people were shot down by the police in Sierra Leone. The people called Creoles, so Creole, went over to Sierra Leone, and basically they dogged out the indigenous African population and have been sort of an oppressive elite ever since. So the same thing that's being done in Sierra Leone to the Timni, to the Mende, to the Fula, to all these other people by the Creoles, heavily dominated by this Jamaican strain that doesn't want to be a brother or sister. It wants to bear down on the people, yet at the same time, French kiss white power. We see the same dynamic in this country. We see the same dynamic in Canada. You see the same dynamic in Panama. You see the same dynamic in Great Britain. There's something about that culture that it's not Pan-African at all. It's mercenary, it's cutthroat, and it has a heavy streak of Black self-hatred in it. We shouldn't be having this discussion about whose music is whose. I don't know of another group of people on the planet that are trying to take credit for what Black Americans have done, with the exception of white supremacist racists. And it's interesting. Who do they work with? What's the ethnicity of this no good, sorry ass whore Indian vice president? Who are they running to be governor of the state of Maryland, who's not a Black American? Who is the non-Black American that says that reparations shouldn't be money? That's a congresswoman in Texas. Who's the no-good congressman? Where is he from in Indiana? A whole bunch of people that are in political positions. Who is the lieutenant governor of Virginia that feels that Black people shouldn't have reparations? Where are they from? And I'm not saying this to be xenophobic. I have a great-grandfather who's Jamaican. I'm a Black American. I grew up here. My family's been here. That's Indian or Aborigine, whatever the hell you want to call it, that's been here thousands of years. My great-grandfather didn't come over here tripping against Black Americans. He married and basically join the Black American community. This is called co-association. What you need to understand is most Jamaicans are non-co-associative when they go places. They're schismatic. So you have a high crime rate in Toronto, Canada. You have a high crime rate in London. You'd be amazed at who's doing the shooting and stabbing that you're hearing about in England. It's disproportionately from one group, the Yardie Jamaicans. There's a violent, lawless streak from that culture. In fact, thousands and thousands and thousands of Black Americans have been murdered by Jamaicans, and we're too stupid because we just everything that's Black or brown is a brother or sister. It's a Black American. And by the way, you tell me a society that Black Americans have gone to and sold dope, other than our own communities, and murdered people and engaged in human trafficking and so forth. And they've been a disruptive presence in our community, and it is a fact. Oh, and what's the example of them murdering us here? The Shower Posse. The Shower Posse from Jamaica and Jim Brown. God knows, when I looked in the 80s, the number of Black people murdered by these Caribbean gangsters was in the thousands. This is 30 years ago. We may have had 15, 20,000 people or more murdered in our country by people from overseas Black. We don't look at it that way. We're so down on ourselves, and we have a lot of low life, no good Black Americans, I agree. However, we don't tend to travel abroad and commit crimes against people.
That's a fact. That's a fact right there. I think Dr. Short's in the Matrix. Right,
oh no, I'm here. I mean, that was the first thing I just wanted to get. There's a historical basis. Oh, I'll do one more, just to really, and it's not just Jamaicans. Other people do this. There's a thing called the West India Regiment. The West India Regiment were high yellow or freed Blacks in the Caribbean whose job and their mission was to prevent the other Black Caribbeans from being free. In fact, they were the ones that massacred the Jamaicans fighting for their freedom in 1831, doing genocide on the. These are the elite Black Caribbeans, are either the children of the white planters, or they were the henchmen of the white planters. The absentee white landlords put light skinned or very brutal Black folks over their own people, which is why there's extensive poverty and suffering in all those islands. And by the way, those same people travel abroad with their attitude. What has happened? The Chinese, the Jews, the Syrians, and others control Jamaica. The Jews, the Lebanese control Haiti. The Indians, like Kamala, control Trinidad. The Indians control Guyana. Blacks are there first. These same Caribbeans that come and start this shit with us in our country lose whole nations to other invaders who are not Black and come and decide to drink the blood of our struggle. And they hate our guts. We've never done anything to them. We need to tell them to fuck off.
That's real talk. That's real talk, Dr. Short. So, like, when it comes to our, are you there, Dr. Short?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just listening to you, brother.
When it comes to our, so when it comes to what's been going on here in America, and they started coming, and now you're starting to see, what you're starting to see is that
they didn't just start coming. No. Even that's the whole. Let's do this too.
Yeah, go ahead.
How did they even get to come here? Do you know?
They came here to plant sugar.
No. Let me explain. I'm not trying to be smarter than you. One of the earliest cases that the NAACP fought and won was for the right for people from Africa and the Caribbean to come to the United States in 1913. That organization wasn't 5 years old before they started helping non-foundational Black Americans get opportunities. That's how they got here. We opened the door to share. Once they got on the other side of the door, they put a knife in our backs.
Wow, yes, right there. Wow. And then, so they got the opportunity from us. They come into our culture. They play music within our. They sort of sit around and watch us do what we do. And now they're doing the same tactic that the white supremacist does. Like when they're trying to
They've,
claim,
they've,
they're
all, they've
trying to play
always,
black music, what
they've
they do is
always,
they basically turn around and say that just because we were there, they say that they created, and they omit all of the black people that they learned what they learned from.
they've always done this. It's not new. This is old. There's a very good scholar by the name of Harold Cruz who did one book, Rebellion and Revolution, another book called The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual. And Harold Cruz, who I knew, who's deceased, talked about the problem that Caribbeans posed to Black Americans in the 1960s. As much as I liked the certain things about Marcus Garvey didn't completely trust Black Americans. And part of why Marcus Garvey got destroyed, in part, was that he only wanted, if truth be told, to give power and authority in his organization primarily to Caribbeans. And it was the Caribbeans who worked with the FBI who did more to destroy Garvey than even our sellout, high yellow, no good, light-skinned Negroes and NAACP like Du Bois. The people who, J. Edgar Hoover's Government Bureau of Investigation, the persons that almost drove Garvey to commit suicide were Caribbeans.
And
see that they don't talk about this.
Yeah.
And the only place in the world that where a person sight unseen could be received as a leader that people would give money to and get behind, not even from this country, Black America's the only place in the world that Garvey could go and get a following. Did he get a following in England when he died there? No. They hated him in Jamaica. They spat on him and threw rocks at him, his own Black Jamaicans. In Panama, was he able to make any headway? No. We're the only people who have a concept of universal Blackness and practice it. Don't just talk Pan-Africanism, but live it. And it's not all of us, but there's a significant number of us that believe in brotherhood based on color. And I think that's too shallow. The brotherhood has to be based on ideology and action. Prove, I trust you, but you, damn it, you better verify.
That's real talk. That's putting it. For those of you listening just now coming in, you listen to Dr. Randy Short, speaking of Black culture, and we're gonna get into the music.
And I didn't lie about having Caribbean roots from Barbados and Jamaica and from Haiti. I don't lie about stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And the real cool people from Africa and the Caribbean, they'll tell you that they hear this stuff, how these people do this stuff to Black Americans, and they laugh amongst themselves how they treat us because they see us as stupid and shallow and weak, that they're able to do this. And the reason that they're coming after Tariq and other people so hard is that they're terrified that if Black people wake up, that's sort of like discovering you got a tapeworm. That means you got to take something to get that parasite out your ass. Have you had a dog before and had to give it a wormer and see the worm trying to stay in the dog's ass, but ultimately had to come out? A parasite is safe as long as you don't know it's there. The minute you start identifying it and you don't want it around, it's got to find some place to go. And I want to say something. And I'm not talking about hating nobody. I didn't say people can't come to America. You don't hear me talk like this. You and I talk privately. You don't ever hear me say people from Africa, the Caribbean are inferior, they're bad, or they're dirty. That's not the talk I'm having here. I'm having a talk of you don't molest the man's child when he lets you stay in his house as a guest. When you go to another country, you're in another people's home. Either you can be a good guest or a guest who needs to be thrown out on their ear. Are you feeling me? And a lot of folks are bad guests. Okay, I'm not saying this out of hatred. I'm calling it out. Let me tell you something. Where in the world do they want black people? I want to say to you, there's a thing called Windrush in England, where within the last 3, 4, 5 years, the British government literally tried to throw all the Caribbeans out of England. Y'all don't know that. They're going to throw everybody out. So for all this pretense of we have British education and we're in the British Commonwealth, the English were willing to dump them back in Jamaica. Now, what you need to know is the Jamaican government has begged people from Jamaica not to come back because there's so much pettiness and hatred. When people come back and try to establish businesses, they get robbed, kidnapped, killed, murdered. Because the folks don't consider them Jamaican anymore, even if they were from there and decided to come back. That's how tribalistic and barbaric many people in that culture are. You can't come back. You had a better life than me somewhere else, so I hate you and you're English. And it's interesting. So the people that come over here overemphasize their Jamaicanness, and I guess they're hard and nasty towards us to prove it to the people that they left that they still belong. So, like people come to America that are Asian, hate black people to prove white people that they're American. It's insane. So yes, the British want to throw them out. The French want to get rid of their black Caribbeans. And they're not free, and they're killing them and oppressing them down in Martinique right now. And folks have their mouths poked out. The Haitians aren't wanted, and the Dominican Republic have been stripped of their citizenship, over 500,000. These people aren't wanted anywhere, but they get here where people have fought for them to be here. I want to say specifically for the Haitians, my buddy Ray Fontroy that you had on your show has given up his life to fight for Haitians to be removed from concentration camps and to be able to have a life in America. Many of them are rich, and now they're against Black Americans. We got them out of concentration camps. We protested so the United States Coast Guard wouldn't ram their ships so the sharks would eat them. They get here and they hate us.
Right. Ray Fontroy is really, for those who don't know who Ray Fontroy is, look him up. He's a black man out of Florida. He's done so much
No,
for
he's
black
from
people in
D.C.
Florida. DC, but he lives in Florida.
D.C. That's correct.
Yeah, and he's done so
Black
much for
folks,
us. And he's
Black
one of those
American people,
yeah.
Black American people have been fighting for the human rights of other people all over the planet, but we don't do it for ourselves. And by the way, the Bible says a man that won't take care of his own, is lower than a barbarian. Well, that's how they're treating us, like we're less than barbarians. They see, why are you helping us come to your country, but you don't help one another? You know how Caribbeans have Caribbean Day all over the world. And you know what? Gays don't try to take over the Caribbean events. However, try to have a Black American event. Now, let me tell you something. They may even use a Caribbean or African homosexual to attack and say you can't do that. See, a lot of folks don't know. You've heard of Audre Lorde, the little broad that had her titties cut off because of cancer, who's a lesbian poet.
Yeah.
You know that she's Caribbean.
I did know she was Caribbean.
A lot of these gay activists that you see that are Black are Caribbean. I'm not saying all we got our gay people, but some of the loudmouth folk are often from the islands or from Africa. You didn't know the Human Rights Campaign? There was a Black sissy from Liberia who was running the largest civil rights organization for homosexuals in the country from Liberia. You didn't know that there's a policy to bring over gay people from other countries, Amnesty International, and them be the leadership of Black people. This is part of the disrespect. They can't do this homo stuff where they come from. I've been there. They'll kill you. By the way, don't put your hands on anybody, irrespective of their sexuality, as long as they're not touching you. But where they're from, they will kill people. Yes, they will. I don't think that's right. So they come here, and because there's some degree of freedom or openness, about the no good, stupid Black Americans that are weak. We're weak and we're what? 15% of the population outnumbered, and they 99% on their islands and don't control shit, and they call us weak. Imagine how America would be if it were 50% Black. Even white America has been aware, and since the 1750s, never wanted this country to have more than 15% Black because they could get undone by the Black population here. But they're 99% on them islands, and they control and own nothing. And come here and get affirmative action stuff and talk down to us, and we're so stupid. Our leadership is corrupt and filthy. The Boule is internationalist. They like the Caribbeans and Africans more than they like us. We need a revolution in our community against our traitor coon trash. That includes in the church. They'll do missions to Africa, but they won't go into the jails or the schools or the hospitals here in the United States. Missions to the Caribbean. Open up their church to Latin Americans to meet, but you better not try to have a Black history meeting or a cipher or slam. And yet these Hispanics, other people hate Black folks' guts, meet in their church for free. And try to have a wedding there, niggas want to charge you $1 trillion to meet in their sanctuary. We've got some insane, disgusting people that we've tolerated in leadership. Many of them are boomers. It's too bad the COVID vaccine hasn't eliminated them so we can turn the page.
That's some all real talk. For those of you listening, just resetting the room. We here listening to Dr. Randy Short speak. I will get to some of you guys' requests and comments later on. Right now, we still letting Dr. Randy Short cook. But when I get to the point to where I start accepting requests, make your comments brief, and then he'll get back to you and answer you the best that he can. But Dr. Short, when it comes to our Black music, tell these people about the evolution of how many different genres went worldwide, starting with the Fifth Jubilee Singers through World War I, through World War II, through Korea.
Oh my God. Oh, we should just put it very simply because there's so many different things. And look, right behind, even before the Fifth Jubilee Singers, we need to look at Ira Aldridge going to Russia and Europe, even before the Fifth Jubilee Singers.
When was this? Around what year?
What, 1830s? Let me just pull that up. Forgive me. 1820s. Let me pull up my thing. I apologize for not keeping every single solitary date, but you had Black Americans traveling overseas, in particular, even prior to the Fifth Jubilee Singers. You had people like, you had the Great Awakenings, where people, even folks from other countries, who were aware of the religious revivals that were taking place in the United States, the thing that stood out was the new music of Black Americans. In fact, that was something that people were taking notice of even in the 1700s, that there was something unique happening over here. Okay, and we can go even further to say that even for the American Revolution, that they often used Black musicians as they marched into war. In fact, some of these people took people from America to be the drummers and other people, musicians, for their armies, in case this isn't known. Okay, so so we've been doing this the entire time. It's very clear, and I left out one of the world's entertainment phenomenon, as much as I don't like it, are minstrel shows. So even before the Fifth Jubilee Singers went to England and to Germany, you had Commodore Perry, a mulatto, have people doing Black music for the Japanese in the 1850s. The minstrel music, slave music, or Black folk music, whatever you want to call it. This stuff we've been doing it longer than the other people have. And by the way, if it's so exact with Africans, how come when you go to Africa, and I've been all over Africa, I've been to Senegal and Gambia and Mali and Burkina Faso and Niger and Libya and Tunisia and Cape Verde and Ghana and Togo and Nigeria and Kenya and Uganda and Rwanda and Congo and South Africa, right? And their music don't sound like ours. It doesn't. It does not. There may be elements similar. It's different. We brought something to this. There's some things that are unique to us.
Real quick, Dr. Short, I want to make it specific because people always want to go back to drumming. The drumming in America and the drumming in Africa are completely different.
They had to be completely different because drums were outlawed throughout the British North America. We weren't allowed to have guns, so we have a heavy shuffle rhythm, and of course we interplay between the first and third and second and fourth, depending. So our music is more percussive than the other people's music is. This is just a fact, and this is known, like I said, and I showed with you before. Um, Really, can Bob Marley outplay Jimi Hendrix or Charlie Christian or
Hell
Slash?
no.
I mean, can he outsing Johnny Mathis, Nat King Cole, Michael Jackson, Jeffrey Osborne? I can name 20, 30, Jesse Belvin. I can name 50, 60 black male singers, and they're all better than Bob Marley.
He can't
And some
outsing
only with,
Tyrese.
say that again.
He can't outsing Tyrese. No disrespect.
Okay, well,
But
no, he can't outsing Lizzo. He can't outsing Cyndi Lauper. I mean, he can't outsing Elvis. Uh, he can't do better than white vocalists. You show me, with the exception of maybe Lauryn Hill, one or two, virtually none of the Caribbean or African folks have the vocal chops comparable to the average person that you'd hear in a church or in a corner singing group. It's just a fact. So we're going to say the minstrel music. We're going to say the military music. We can even say that. Let me pull up Ira Aldridge's dates because I know it's. Forgive me for not knowing this
why
stuff.
why do that? Go ahead. Go ahead and do that. Everyone in the room, please tweet the room out. Let them know Dr. Short is in here cooking. Usually on my show, I can't take calls because I only have one call at a time. So when he's done cooking, you guys will be able to ask brief questions or make brief comments. So go ahead and tweet out the room, share the space, and
Okay.
if you have a question, write your question down, get your question ready, and make sure it's brief because we're not gonna let you monologue. You dig? Go ahead, Dr. Short.
Ira Aldridge's dates are 1807 to 1867. He died at the age of 60 in Poland. Okay. He's born in New York City. He's a playwright. Not only did he do Shakespeare, but he could sing. This guy uh, toured all over Europe from the 1820s until he died in the 1860s. Like I said, 1820s, I was right. I haven't, there's so many black people have done stuff. It becomes, you know what, this is what's disgusting. More of our people need to know their history. Because, some of us could drop dead. I shouldn't have to remember all these dates and facts and places. I mean, we should know who the hell we are. So from the 1820s, you had black folks going from the United States to Europe and tearing the house down in the Shakespearean order. And I want to say something to you. For anybody that wants to talk about your American songbook, your Gershwins and all these other kind of people, you need to look up a thing called the Astor Place riot in New York, where soldiers came in and started shooting and killing people because folks were kind of mad that in America, the rich white elites did not like the fact that the majority of the people didn't like highbrow, upscale, white elitist interpretations of plays They preferred stuff with minstrel songs and other things. And when people tried to take that out, tried to take the black style music away from white people, it came down to people getting shot and killed. Most
So
people aren't aware of it.
white folks. So what
White
was it?
folks
It
were
was called the Astor
shooting
riots.
shooting white people because they didn't want everything to be made boring European. They preferred this kind of American mix, aka the black flavored stylings with Shakespeare and other things before there was a vaudeville. Black folks have always been the show stealers for everything. On the back,
Real
all
quick.
of the
What's real quick on the show? What's the name of that? I want them. I want people to be able to reference it.
I'll send that to you. I'll send you a wiki thing on Aldrich right now, and I'll send you the Astor Place riot if I'm saying it right. You know, I haven't looked at
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
about
If you
this
send it
stuff
to me,
yet, but
I'll put it up in the jumbotron. Yeah.
it's on its way. That's Ira Aldrich. Now let me get the Astor riots where they went to start shooting and killing people because they wanted to get rid of nigger music, which was which was dominant even during slavery. People liked our stuff better than their own.
Mm.
Imagine that where white folks said we can't have everything go over there, we have to start shooting people. Imagine, see, you didn't even hear about this. It's embarrassing. So that means if you were from Europe and you came to America, if you went out to a theater, they were doing a blend between black music with some European styling. That's what people liked. Astor Place riot. It took place in 1849. This is before slavery is over in the South, and folk,
So white folks killing white folks
yeah,
over a thirst for
because
black music. Sounds
and,
like what
and
happened. Yeah.
yeah, so, and also the immigrants. So all this stuff is blending. It's not just immigrants; they were mad about the black stuff. And so they want to make things white. We need to like get this black stuff out, and we're not going to have immigrants come to America and start doing black stuff. We're going to shoot some people. We're going to have white order to show you that they had to literally shoot white people. Get off of forget about black music and think about it. That's happened before. You couldn't play hip hop or rock and roll music. If you dared perform, they'd arrest everybody. We're not going to have, vulgar, animalistic nigger pop music. You see the videos. We're not going to have. They knew exactly what it was. We don't want black music. Period. We won't have it. We'll lose control of our culture if everybody starts liking this. If they like the music, they'll like the people. If they like the people, they're not going to want to be at war and segregate and discriminate. And we're going to lose control of our society. That's how powerful our culture is. And in particular, we don't want our young people listening to it. And there have been many manifestations where you call black music race music or indecent music or so forth. You get what I'm saying? To sort of keep it away from people, and yet it was liked and desired by folks.
And that's what makes it so insulting because every generation, black people created new music that the world loved, and we pay a price for this shit. Like when they come try when we're paying a price for this, these other groups are nowhere around to help pay that price to at least put a down payment or pay the interest on the price. They ain't around for none of that stuff. The
But
minute all of a sudden we all was here.
because they're doing the same thing as white folks do. Okay, if you go down to the Caribbean or you go to Africa, they don't really deal with race there. They deal with everybody, so they say, as an equal with all their tribalism and black on black violence and murder and so forth. So white people are loved. It's just like that dude, Botham John, who got blown away by the white girl down in Dallas, Texas. And his brother is hugging and kissing on the white woman that murdered his brother. And the family basically got the black community to go to logger jams with white folks in Dallas, and then the family coons out.
And they gave
These
a
people,
scholarship to only Jamaican, for only Caribbeans. They just
these
announced a
people,
scholarship for only Caribbeans.
these people are only for themselves, and that's fine. I'm not mad about that. But if you don't carry our cross, you don't deserve our crown. And the thing I hate about Pan-Africanist niggas that are traitors is that they give our crown and glory to everybody because they're black. Oh, you're from Africa. No, who says someone's from Africa? How do you know? You get where I'm coming from, and it's not. Don't get me wrong. I've had niggas have this conversation. I've been to more places in Africa than them. I have a PhD in African studies. And that doesn't make me great or whatever. It just means I have an interest in Africa serious enough to go into debt 6 figures to learn. These other people haven't put $1 on the table and they talk this Africa stuff. It's disgusting. And by the way, I'm not throwing rocks at anybody African or anything. I'm simply saying what's ours is ours and what's yours is yours. And if you're not trying to share or work with me, get the hell out of my face. We should have the same attitude towards them as we do towards a sellout coon or a racist or one of these foreign Asiatics or whatever. If you're not one of us, if you're not for us, get the hell away from us. And as they said, the day they killed Malcolm X, come out my pocket. Get the hell out my pocket.
That's real talk right there, Dr. Short. Hey, can you talk to the people about what's we were supposed to do something on him. The brother from that's Johnny Nash. Tell them about Johnny Nash.
Oh my God. Let me just say this. The godfather of reggae is not, it's not Peter Tosh. It's not Third World. It's not Dance Hall. It's not Bob Marley. It's not Rita Marley. It's not the Wailers. It's not Junior Marvin. It's not Harry Belafonte. It's not Busta Rhymes. It's Johnny Nash, a black musician that's died within the last, say, year, who's from Texas, who was a star. He had a few hits in the United States, but was having difficulty taking off during the British invasion and all the things that were happening. So he learned that it was easy and inexpensive to do recording. The recording costs in Jamaica were like a fantasy for a musician. So he went down to Jamaica, learned about the music there, and began cutting local artists, paying them. In fact, he's probably one of the first people that ever put a check in Bob Marley's hand or any of the Wailers. Johnny Nash basically underwrote the Wailers, a black American who went to Jamaica and cut the very first and the biggest international hit song called I Can See Clearly Now the Rain Has Gone. It was a number one record, I think, in 1972. It was number one worldwide. No, and he introduced reggae to the world, and he always told people this is the music from Jamaica. The Jamaicans make this music, and this is my interpretation of the sounds that I've heard in Jamaica. He didn't say we black Americans made it first and they stole this from us, but this is the music that our brothers and sisters are making there. It's beautiful, and here's how I would interpret that kind of sound. He showed respect, attribution, honesty, integrity. These other people, the same ones that bring dope to our neighborhoods and are involved in human trafficking and so forth in our country to us, what do they bring us? Same ones I'll tell you. As a university professor, one of the main reasons one of the biggest problems you have getting a job is you had Caribbeans and Africans that work to keep Black Americans in their own country from getting jobs. And many of them didn't even have their documentation, a legal right to work in the country. Some of their degrees may have even been falsified because they couldn't verify them. And Black universities and other places take them. In fact, give them preference over Black Americans. Again, this is the interview that a Greek letter niggas or female or male, your niggas, they run those schools and they run them in such a way as to destroy Black culture by advancing everybody but us. Howard University may as well be called University of Kingston or University of Port of Spain or University of Georgetown or University of Bridgetown, because every other group of people get preferential treatment over Black Americans. And if it's not foreigners, it's gays and it's whites. This is what's happening at the HBCUs. This is a significant part, and I can't blame the foreigners. I blame the traitor, despicable, scam Africanist niggas here. If the role were reversed, if Black Americans were taking jobs and opportunities from people, they would kill you, they would burn your house, destroy your car, attack your families. I'm not suggesting that be done to anyone, but that's what happens in the real world. Black Americans are jive. They're not serious about survival. They refuse to be a people or to form ranks. And I didn't say be against anyone, but be for self. If you want to be around me, the term used in human rights talk is co-associative. Co-associate means I'm with you even if I'm not from the exact same country or culture, but I feel and understand and I vibe with you. I therefore am a part of you. And over time, I join you. If a person wants to co-associate like my great great grandfather, Charlie Daniels, great. But if you've come here to be Black when it's an opportunity and to take whatever reparative justice we fought for yourself, and once you've gotten it, you start talking about which flag or parliament you got where you came from, you're an enemy. You're no different from a South Korean or Yemeni or anybody else over here that does the same thing to us.
Thank you, Dr. Short, for that. Here's the reason I had Dr. Short bring up Johnny Nash, and he's bringing up some of this because Black people. This is one thing we have to understand as far as communication and debate strategy. When you're always the one responding to other people, that puts you on the defensive, and you always want to be in the offensive position. The more we learn about our history, the more we learn about our contributions to other people's history, we can really go on offense against these cats. Okay, y'all want to claim whatever. That's why my video that went pretty big last year, the R&B roots of reggae, that was me going off on offense. Because once I go on offense and tell you how we establish your culture, by default, anything that you say you brought to us here in our homeland, all we got to say is you learned that shit from us because we took it to you first. And that's not just us bragging, that's just a fact. Johnny Nash is the one who put they can talk all this money they want about claiming hip hop. Johnny Nash put his money up. Johnny Nash he paid for their culture with his dollars. You cannot show me a Caribbean version of Uptown Records, of Death Row Records. Where have they come in and put their money up in the early days, in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 90s? Where did they put their money up on the culture? So when we go back at these people, we can go ahead and lay claim and do that proudly, and not because we better than you, but because it's a fact. I'm Dr. Short. Do you mind taking some questions from the people talking?
Let's go for it.
All right, cool. Y'all can start sending y'all requests in. I might I'm gonna need a co-host in this one. Shit, oh man, I was like, I'm gonna take Sister Sean. I'm gonna add you. All right, Sister Sean, it's on you. You can unmute yourself. You there? She might be in the matrix. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to CJ Willis. All right, CJ Willis, is on you.
Yo, peace and reparations. Yo, I want to thank you, Dwan, and especially and our illustrious guest here, Dr. Randy. Thank you for holding this space, and y'all in here spitting. I tweeted out the space twice already, and I've been in here 15 minutes or so. But yeah, I wanted to ask Dr. Randy, can you talk about the significance of people like James Reese Europe in spreading jazz around the world?
Yeah, I can do that fast. I'm not deep in him, but he was in the United States Colored Troops in World War One. Of course, he got stabbed to death. What, either 1919, 1920, between that and 2022. I forget which year he was murdered. But he basically was a musician in the United States Army, and he took Europe by storm, introducing jazz. And in fact, the person who gets a lot of credit for what they ripped off of him is a, unfortunately, Jewish American by the name of Ira Berlin, who's the greatest beneficiary. Ira Berlin is seen as the greatest songwriter by many people of last century, and he's the one that got over learning about Black music, in particular from Reese Europe's group. And so, I mean, so basically, the influencer of America's greatest living songwriting poet, right, is, I mean, so that's for America. And of course, he introduces jazz to Europe, which made it, because of the metropolitan situation that at that point Europe ruled all of the developing world, right? The British Empire had Australia and Canada, right? And they had all their colonies in Africa. They had India, and they had all this stuff in China, and the Dutch had Indonesia. So if you cracked Europe, you cracked the worldwide empire of the major European powers as well. The Latin American countries follow Spain and Portugal, right? Or France, depending on which possession you've got. So yes, Reese Europe is like the world spreader of jazz music. And of course, subsequent to his death, there are other such people who spread Black music all over. In fact, before him, the name that I hadn't brought up for ragtime is Scott Joplin. Ragtime was a worldwide phenomenon for the World's Fair that was held in St. Louis, early 1900s or late 1890s, one or two. Forgive me if I got the decades off. That went worldwide. Let's just go there. So on the heels of Scott Joplin, you have Reese Europe. And we need to understand that following Reese Europe, you've got, in the 1920s, many people are not aware, but the number one tourist spot in the world was Harlem. So the whole world was coming to Harlem to see Duke Ellington, to see Ivy Anderson, to see Louis Armstrong and everyone else. And the influence of Black music on the world has only intensified since the First World War. We need to, many people aren't aware, but as many as 400,000 Black people were taken to Europe during the First World War. And that means they take their music and their culture with them. And that was liked everywhere. And of course, this was repeated in the Second World War, where somewhere between 900 to 1.1 million Black people went all over the world, again, taking Black music everywhere. In fact, one place that Black people took music was to the Congo. And Congo is one of the premier countries that creates what's called Afropop. But let us remember that Black Americans were in the Congo in the early 1940s, and even beyond that, there were Black American missionaries. My book, Slavery's Mastery, talks about William Henry Shepherd, who worked with the American Presbyterian Congo Mission, had the largest Christian mission in Africa, where they were teaching music to people in Congo with this, where they introduced jazz and blues to people in the Congo as early as 1900. And so out of that, you get Afropop. A lot of people won't tell you that. A lot of people won't tell you that African Americans were in Congo at the very beginning of the Congo Free State. And by the way, were put out because of the bad influence they were said to have on Africans. And we can also say that there's been a heavy influence on South African music because you had African American missions in through the African Methodist Episcopal Church, where Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, one of the greatest black ministers that wasn't full of shit like most of these nigger preachers here, who are predators, pedophiles, liars, and chiselers that belong in jail or lynched. And I'm a preacher's kid. I can speak from authority. But they went and took music culture things to Southern Africa. Not that the South Africans didn't have music. South Africans can sing. They could sing, they could dance, they can play, but vocally. If you've ever listened to singers, the best singers in Africa come out of Southern Africa. And that's one of the places where African Americans were able to have a significant cultural and musical impact, actually going back to the gold rush of the 1840s. Some of the same black people who dug for gold and were engineers and helped look for gold in California. One of them, my great-great-great-grandfather, was in the gold rush. He used this money to buy my high yellow grandmother out of slavery in New Orleans and came back east. But certain black Americans went to South Africa with the gold rush there. Just many people don't know this. Black people go everywhere. There's always been some adventurism and wanderlust among black Americans because this country is often a psychological and spiritual hellhole for anybody with their eyes open.
It's funny you brought up Ivy Anderson. Ivy Anderson, she really got the Harlem Renaissance. She was really a key figure, and I want y'all to look her up. And she owned a restaurant here in LA. She helped really get the Central Avenue jazz scene going. She's a
And
wonderful.
Ivy Anderson was the precursor to the Nichelle Nichols, who just died from Star Trek.
She just died. Yeah, but
I just had to bring her up. And my God,
yeah,
Sarah
hold
Vaughan.
on 1 second. The Ivy Anderson, she is someone who established that helped establish the Central Avenue jazz scene. And it was funny, about just 2 months ago, before my grandfather died at 98 years old, he talked about how he used to go to Ivy's in the 30s and in the 40s, and how at Ivy's you see Duke Ellington, you see Count Basie, you see everyone that we talk about now as these forefathers of music. They were all there, and she was, and whatever would happen in LA, if somebody was hungry, if somebody didn't have food, they knew they can go to Ivy's and get some food. That's Black American culture. Someone who helped establish two historic scenes, who's a monumental figure, can be someone who Black Americans were, if they were hungry, they can go to her restaurant and get treated to the same level of respect as a Duke Ellington.
And you know what, brother? I left out three more places. Spanish-American War had black men travel to the Philippines. I had ancestors that deserted the U.S. military and joined the Filipino resistance and never came back. I've always wanted to go to the Philippines and look my family up over there. So yeah, I've got a bunch of Asiatic-looking cousins in Luzon. I was told, got to go in and see them. But black folks took music to the Philippines. The Philippines is a vibrant music center for parts of Asia. And also black soldiers from the United States taken to Cuba and to Haiti. In fact, let's do that. Hold on. Let me just do this. I need to remind everyone, because this goes back earlier, President Boyer and Pétion of Haiti had as many as 20,000 Black Americans from the DMV, which stands for Delaware, Virginia, Maryland area, and also DC is included. All those people went down to Haiti in the 1820s. And some of them were forced out and they came back. But they took their music down there. Haiti has a very strong music culture. It was influenced in part by that large number of Black Americans taken into Haiti. As well, following the American Civil War, a huge number of Black Americans fled the United States and moved to where? The Dominican Republic. 1 in 10 Dominicans is of African American descent, like for Jamaica. The Dominicans have a very good music thing. We're there. If there's good music, we're in the mix. Oh, I didn't leave out Cuba. A Spanish-American War again, and other things had a large number of Black Americans go to Cuba, move back and forth between Florida and New Orleans and Mobile to Cuba. So jazz was going to, and blues was going to Cuba very early, in particular following the Spanish-American War. Let's just remember that. So there is, and by the way, the most honest people about the mixture of the music are the Cubans, as racist as Cuban culture is, that there's Black American influence on the Cuban music. We're so obsessed with being liked by somebody else because we don't like ourselves, and it's sick. And we're dead if we don't ever get over this hurdle. We never see what we bring to the table. We only see what someone else brings to the table. So Black Americans played a pivotal role in taking culture to Cuba, and the presence of American soldiers and sailors and cooks and whatever the hell else you want to talk about down there. And of course, New Orleans being, and Miami. And by the way, Black Americans, along with Black Bahamians, built Miami. I had family that left northern Florida and Georgia to build Miami. Miami is the capital of the Caribbean. It is a city up until, say, the 1960s, because of the CIA and the other stuff that these foreign bastards brought with them. These people brought culture, Southern Black culture. In fact, before disco takes off, you had Miami disco. You had Miami. You had George McCrae, and his wife, Gwen McCrae, singing Rocking Chair and Rock Your Baby. And what's his name? Casey, who's a white boy, Jewish white boy, with Casey and the Sunshine Band. But that music also influenced the new salsa. And we also need to remember the Spanish-American War did what? It put Black Americans in Puerto Rico as well. And Puerto Ricans have lived amongst, and they, as much as they deny it, Puerto Rico was a primarily Black place for a certain point in its history, whether they want to admit it or not. And Puerto Ricans like Arturo Schomburg and others basically came to America and blended with the Black culture because the Spanish culture is super racist. Oh, and I can go further. I can talk about Brazilian culture, which many people are not aware that a significant number of Black Americans were forcibly removed to Brazil in the 1860s when the South collapsed at the end of the Civil War. And as a result, Black Americans were taken down to the southern portion of Brazil, southeastern portion of Brazil. It's an area in the state of São Paulo and other places called ABC. In fact, former President Lula is from, I think, a town called Bernardino. It's one of the areas in which they took Black Americans down to Brazil. Now, they'll tell you Bahia is the place for Black culture, but in terms of Black consciousness in Brazil, it's strongest in São Paulo, where they had Black Americans taken. Just so you'll know. And by the way, what started the civil rights movement for Black Brazilians? None other than, my God, the mother of Black dance, Catherine Dunham, who fought against racial segregation in Brazil and won one of the first laws outlawing segregation by race and color in Brazil, which resulted in the Alfonso Arinos Law, which was the first civil rights law ever passed in Brazil, which means no Black Brazilian did for their people what a Black American woman did in a matter of days. By the way, Black Brazilians are cool. They're from a big country. You'll find when people come from a little piss-ass country that's small, they're petty and competitive. And it's funny. They talk about being black, but in reality, they have jealousy and resentment that you're in a big country. We can't help where we're born. If you were really a Pan Africanist, you wouldn't care where I was born as long as I was cool. Show me. In fact, if you want to talk about it, let's be honest with ourselves. Even when you start looking at Celia Cruz, the mother of basically the Afro-Cuban mother of modern Cuban music, vocal music, she was influenced by black singers, Billie Holiday and Ivy Anderson and the others. Let's be honest, the mafia had black talent. Nat King Cole used to star at El Hotel Nacional in Havana, Cuba. They still have the microphone he's singing. I've been there. And the same can be said for Venezuela. Our people have been everywhere because America's a global empire and we go where they go.
I want to go back to two things you said, Dr. Short. One, I wanted to drop in the name when it comes to South African music, Hugh Masekela.
Who's an asshole? God, he's an asshole. He's an asshole.
In his band, he had Ronnie Laws, Out of Earth, Wind and Fire. He himself around black American musicians to pull the sound off.
Right.
That was one point I just wanted to bring that name up.
Well, let's do one more. Let's knock down. Let's deal with this Nigerian shit too. You know that Fela Kuti, who is a mediocre James Brown imitator, was a self-hating colonial Nigerian who learned about African culture, and black pride from his black girlfriend. So maybe she didn't teach him a few licks on the piano, but she taught him in bed. Okay? Everywhere you look, we've been there. You name one, if you name someone that's done something black, even the Jamaicans that are all tripping off of their track team. I'm not unhappy for Usain Bolt. I'm not. I'm happy for him. But it's interesting.
It's black American culture that got them there.
Yeah. Who was first? Who before Jesse Owens? Who? You know, we need to be honest about this. I'm not mad at any achievement or thing done by other black people. I'm happy for them. They should be happy for us. If they're not happy, you're acting like an enemy. If you're not happy for us, you're an enemy.
If anyone wants to ask Dr. Short a question or make a comment, go ahead and send a request. But one thing I wanted to setting things is, like, you brought up Brazil and the Brazilian sound. The whole Brazil 66, that whole thing by Sergio Mendes was inspired by Dizzy Gillespie and Horace Silver.
But let's go further. The guy who produced the music for Sergio Mendes came out of Sam Cooke's shop. I mean, it's every time you do this, every time we do this, it's gonna, because we matter. And wherever we've been allowed to be, we've done well. We've been great everywhere we've had a chance to be great. And we've been held down. These other people come from their own cultures. Who's stopping their asses? Oh, I forgot. Black Americans, because we're Yankees. That's the fucking logic that some of these stupid people have. You colonized us. Well, if we colonized you, why the fuck do you want affirmative action? Why do you want to be in our schools? Go on and be around the white people you want to be around them, which they do. Don't use us. Do your little assimilation thing. Life is all right in America if you're white in America, whatever. Do your thing, man.
Yeah.
And I'm not speaking out of hate. I don't hate nobody, but I'm tired of being hated. I'm tired of being disrespected. And I'm tired of our people who are in positions to demand respect, okay, tolerating it, thinking it's cute. There's a very good book by a Black sociologist by the name of Edward Franklin Frazier, called The Negro Bourgeoisie or the Black Bourgeoisie. And he talks about the sickness of a status-starved, fake bushy, elitist blacks who want to be important. And since they can't be important in white America, they act like they're relevant to Black people in other countries, and they go out of the way to get recognized by people from other countries. The most recent example of that was people like fake ass Boris Watkins and them running over to Ghana for the year of return in 2019, where the Ghanaian government is broke and they use stupid self-hating Black people who won't invest in their own countries, or their own companies, or their own communities, won't even find out where their grandparents or their parents are from, right? But they'll make an expensive trip to Africa to make it seem like they're doing something. And all we did was bail out a government that will do business with Chinese that give them bad or expensive loans they can't pay back until they forgave them last week, but expect Black Americans to just give them money when we've been sold into slavery and haven't had the same kind of money as the people who took it out of our ass for 400 years. Somebody tell me I'm wrong. We bailed their government out. They didn't even say thank you. And I had someone who I know who's friends the ambassador of Ghana. We're celebrating your freedom. His dumbass broad didn't even know when Negroes got emancipated. That's one of the planners of this year of return. It was all about us giving them money because they're jealous of us, not because they give a damn about us. Who's stupid enough to give us money and get nothing in return? Oh, Black American elites, the ones who hate their own people, the ones who are in Congress and in church denominations that see mass murder of Black babies as health care, but can't say a goddamn thing when Black women trying to have the babies die, or when a Black baby is 3 times as likely to die in the care of a white doctor or a nurse. That's who will give us money.
Well, real quick, Dr. Short, I think they're messing with our space. I'm seeing people request, and then as soon as they request, they're getting kicked out. So I don't know if people are allowed to, because I'm seeing requests pop up and then pop right back down. So I'm sure they're doing that. But either way it goes, we in here. I'm like, about this shit. I already thought about this when you said that, and I'm gonna get to the next speaker. I already thought about this when you said that. When you said what you just said about the money we've given these other countries. How much money did Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie raise for the "We Are the World" song? And has Africa given us Black Americans a tenth of what Black people gave them on that one song?
Well, but it's even deeper than that. These people, in particular from Ethiopia, come here and they hate Black people's guts. They've driven Black folks out of job sectors, whether they steal. And in DC, they're at war with us because some Black dude had a falling out with this Ethiopian woman. She got killed, and they're angry at all of us over what one person did. I want to say to you, when I lived with a Black community activist in Boston by the name of Sarah Small, I hope she's still alive, and her granddaughter was being molested by the Ethiopian that they took in who had nowhere to go. The family didn't even file charges against him because he was Black. Do you think an African would not file charges against us if we were Black and we did something to one of them?
Real talk. Dr. Short, we have a speaker here, Sister Connie Collins. She's the one that organized the pull up at Power 106. Out there putting work here in LA. And she's here to ask you a question. Connie, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I didn't know you were going to call on me that quickly. I'll try to formulate my question. Peace, love, and reparations to everyone. I was just listening. to your space and Dwan's space and other scholarly spaces. And I've just been pondering this for a while. What is this? Is this a mass delusion on the part of immigrants and whites that do the, is this a mass delusion that Black Americans haven't done anything, haven't contributed, are worthless, useless people, or is this a globally concerted effort to oppress us, to suppress our greatness?
Well, can it be both and, sister? Why does it have to be either or? It's both and. And I already explained that they've always used, Harold Cruz warned us that foreign Black people, in fact, there's a guy named Dudu Ding, who is a Senegalese human rights rapporteur for the United Nations High Commission on Human Rights, who in 1996 complained that one of the biggest problems that Black Americans had was the role that foreign Blacks were playing in holding us down. And what happened? President Bill Clinton in 1996 had this man run out of the United States. Other people see this. You know who didn't say anything? Because I'm here in Washington. Your Black elite are traitors. I'm not for violence, but if a couple of people set on fire a few cars to Black members of Congress, just one time, word would get around, stop betraying us. There's no consequence for killing us. We're a free fire zone by choice. When do we stop it? Why is it that we can kill 10, 15,000 of each other a year, but a white cop that kills Blacks repeatedly can live to be at 300 years old? Why is that? And I'm not calling for people to hurt police. I'm just fascinated that we've got this bloodthirstiness for one another to kill 6 out of 10 of our babies in the womb. But we can't take on one enemy to say, if you mess with us, we're going to hurt you. That is the only way you're going to make it. America has a military because, one, they want to steal other people's stuff. The other thing is to tell people, if you mess with us, we're going to hurt you. We don't have an army. We have a significant number of people who are Black who think firearm ownership is evil and actually think the same police, when 911 is a joke, is going to rescue them if a race war started. After boasting, well, Black Wall Street, they boast about Black Wall Street, but their logic shows how profoundly deluded we are. Everybody sees us in this stupid space. We're stuck on stupid. And there are people trying to get us off of stupid, like Brother Dwan and what you're doing. And I don't know how many Black folk have to be killed or destroyed or given a genocide jab before someone says, hey, wait a minute, they're out to get us. And I'm not talking about paranoia. I can quote Margaret Sanger. I can quote Lawford Stoddard. I can quote Madison Grant. I can quote Gunnar Myrdal. People write this stuff down. And it doesn't mean anything because I'm convinced that many of our people have a death wish. We have a suicidal death wish as a people. And we're miserable. And so instead of fighting, we commit suicide, or we use drugs, or we drink, or we become trans or fags or studs. We do everything but confront the fact that we better do something quick, fast, in a hurry, or we're going to get eliminated.
Thank you for that, Dr. Short. Next up, we have Sister Sean was next. You had a question. Go ahead, Sister Sean. Unmute yourself, Sister Sean.
Peace, power, reparations, and die. Thank you so much, Dr. Short, for contributing. Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, for contributing to this powerful conversation. I did tweet out the space. This is basically, I feel, a lot of historical content, a lot of unknown content, hidden musical history content. So I would like for you to support you in this wonderful contribution. Could you please announce what your Cash App is? Because I would like to bless you with some Benjamins
Oh, most
for this.
definitely.
Yeah, because I really, really enjoy the history. I always love to learn. We're all learning and growing, and we should really, really appreciate the truth. Because one takeaway is that, this boule has been they've been atrocious, and they have been hijacking our movement. They've been hijacking our purpose, and they are actually participants in hiding our history and the truth. So I really, really appreciate you. And if you would just give me your cash app, and everybody, I don't care if it's $5, $10, everybody's broke. But this is history that you're not going to be able to get, not even on the History Channel. And thank you again. Thank you for the stage. And I land right there.
Okay. If folk want to bless me, and I love being blessed, I am in Cash App, Dr. DR, capital D, lowercase r, Randy, Randy. The R in Randy is capitalized. Short, the S is capitalized, SHORT, Dr. Randy Short. So $ Dr. Randy Short. If you like Zelle or PayPal, if you don't like Cash App, I am at DrRandyShort at Gmail. That puts you in Zelle. That puts you in PayPal. Every contribution is useful. Same way I was talking to Brother Dwan. We're going to be talking about Jews and the Civil War. I showed you the books, Dwan. It'll be a great conversation.
And can we also put that in the put your Cash App in the Jumbotron?
I just did it. His Cash App is in the Jumbotron.
Put the Zelle in there too.
Okay,
for people in the PayPal, just in case, because I buy books. And by the way, Sister Sean is one of the greatest sisters. I got to talk to her as soon as we get off. Oh my God, I'm going in to do something. We're going to be talking about pedophilia for my fellowship. We'll be talking about how they want to rape all of our Black kids and what they're doing, how it's already been set up. And by the way, being helped by the Congressional Black Caucus and the NAACP and all these other people. It's so sad. And that's probably why I had a heart attack. You think about this stuff and you see nobody doing anything. And, Dwan, sometimes, I just sit down and listen to Motown and other stuff and just try to forget about some of this for a few minutes.
Think about our music. And that's why I always try to tell people about our music, especially the 60s and the 70s. We have a permanent healing message. We have an infinite amount of songs from those 2 days, those 2 decades, that when we really dealing with this stuff, they got a message in that music. So we're talking about Smokey Robinson, and before we end, we're gonna talk about Lamont Dozier. But I want to get to a point. I want to get a few more of these.
And Mabel John, no offense. We'll do her friends.
I want to. We gonna Mabel John. We're gonna talk about her, and we're gonna talk about all these Black people. But in the meantime, our music is healing, and when we tap into it, that's a good way to get away from a lot of this nonsense that be going on right now. I have Clarice and then Rashad. Clarice first, and then Rashad. Go ahead, Clarice.
Real quick, can you double check that Cash App? It's not working for me. Is that correct?
Dr. Randy Short.
Yeah, it's not coming up for me. I don't know if it's only me.
Well, there's another one. Try it. It should be, let me see. Goodness. Well, look, Dwan, I was going to send you the picture where the people went in my mother's mail and stole my mother's birthday card and money and so forth. So nothing would surprise me. Nothing would surprise me.
Yeah, Dr. Short is someone, for those you don't know, he's there. Like when we do our YouTube channel shows, oftentimes I can't even put his name in it because Dr. Short and I will do a show and he'll talk about some stuff that really happened. And then my YouTube subscribers will go from 700 new subscribers a month to 20 new subscribers a month for the next 3 months. And then people start getting unsubscribed. But look, I don't give a damn about a big following. All I care about is the right people getting the information. And as long as we get the information and we pass it like wildfire, I'm good. But yeah,
Okay,
I just checked that. That's the right cash app for Dr. Randy
hold
Short.
on. Let me try another one. I've got two just in case this happens. I'm wondering if this thing is going to show this to me. You know what? This is weird. I should have two. I should have two different ones. And you know what? When I go in and I look for it,
Okay, just to interrupt, I just did a test. It's $DrRandy short, and it actually just worked for me.
Okay.
So $DrRandy short.
Yes, that's it. Thank you for that, Sister Sean. But Clarice, I know I know you got a follow up question. Go ahead and ask that question.
yes, we'll go for that. Let's do the question.
Go ahead, Clarice. You can finish your question, then I'll get to Rashad.
Shalom. Two things. One, Dr. Short, based on the story that you shared about the family that took in the person from that was raped, that
Ethiopia.
the little girl with Ethiopia. Yes. So based on that, I wanted to know what your thoughts were on flat blackness. As I've heard the term mentioned.
I don't know what
Do
it
you
is. I've never heard of
where
it.
it loops all Black people from around the world in with Black Americans whose ancestors built this country? I wanted to know what you think about that. And the other
That's
thing I wanted
Pan-Africanism.
to
It's Pan-Africanism being called something else.
yes, okay. So yeah, I wanted to know your thoughts on that, and also too what you mentioned about the children and the pedophilia. If you could DM me, because I would like to talk to you about that, but I'm not going to stay on the space. But thank you for the time.
Well, have Brother Dwan send me, email me. My email is the same as my PayPal or my Zelle, DrRandyShort at Gmail. That's a great way to contact me.
Cool. I'll put that in the jumbotron.
Now,
Rashad, go ahead and ask your question.
Pan-Africanism, no, let's deal with this.
Okay, go ahead. Then we'll get to Rashad. Go ahead.
I am not anti working with good Black people anywhere in the world. I have been a human rights defender for people from Ethiopia, Sudan, Somalia, Libya, Mauritania, Nigeria, Cameroon, South Africa, Brazil, Colombia, South America, and India. I don't hate anybody. However, Pan-Africanism needs to start in this country amongst us first. That's what every other people do. It is backwards to want to wipe another man's ass when you feel some itchy in your hole. Wipe your own behind and then you'll wipe the next person. If you wipe the next person's ass, there's no guarantee they'll wipe yours. And this is what we've been doing. We've wiped white people's asses, Latins' asses, gays' asses, white women's asses, communist asses. And what do we have to show for it? So I am what you call a reciprocal Pan-Africanist. If you are for me and mine, I'm for you and yours. If you're not for me and mine, I'm not against you, but under the attack and my limited resources, I'm going to devote my time and energy to mine. That is what everybody else human does. There are ideologically dishonest and fraudulent people who call themselves radical Blacks, who've told us Africa has to be free before the police stop murdering us here. Africa has to be strong, powerful, and industrial before we stop being credit redlined and disproportionately incarcerated and made homeless. Africa has to be united under one single government before we can get anything here. That is the most insane, stupid, fantastic thing that's preached by folks who call themselves radicals who don't give a goddamn about Black people. And we should hate it. Not working with it. I didn't say don't work with other people from Africa. You'll never hear me say this. I've been talking to Dwan about 2 years. He's never heard me say anything disparaging about Africa or Africans in theory or practice. I've complained about people treating us the opposite of what they want, seeing a situation and not having empathy. When Black folks get murdered here in America, you don't see any movement in Africa. I want to tell y'all something. Did you know in India that the Black Indians rioted off of Rodney King's beating? Did you know that? In India, they did. But in Africa and the Caribbean, no, they didn't. Why is that? Because some people don't give a goddamn about us. And part of why Black people are looking to Africa and the Caribbean, it is a type of escapism. We do the same thing with religion, or we do it with Greek letter societies. I'm a Greek now, I'm not Black. Or they become crescent coons, they become Muslims, where there's this universal Arab brotherhood, Muslim brotherhood, where Black folks get killed, raped, castrated, and still enslaved throughout the Middle East and the Arab world. Genocide, the world's largest Muslim nation is exterminating Black people in West Papua, and it's not discussed by Black people. And everybody's screaming about being Muslim, or Negroes are into yoga and Hinduism says that Black people came out of God's ass. Anything to get away from who and what we are. Basically, such persons are cultural, political, and social, intellectual enemies of their own people.
Real talk. Rashad, you had a question. Go ahead.
Yes. It's actually pertaining to the whole Pan-African thing, because I know you were saying something earlier, Dr. Short, about Garvey not trusting Black Americans, and if you can expound about go into that, because that was something I heard before, which was very interesting, because I can see that happen, that information being valid. But can you go over that, and then some of the
I'm gonna just go very basic. Who ran the UNIA? Basically, Marcus Garvey was the be-all and end-all of the UNIA, and his wife. Now, you're in a country that's predominantly Black American, and you're going to be the leader of Black Americans, and you didn't pick any Black Americans, like Kamala Harris is supposedly a Black American, and look at who she gave jobs to when she got into office. They were all Indian. See, these people will tell you I'm a Jamaican. They don't say I'm Black. Now, you'll meet some cool Jamaicans that are Black types, but many of them go to the Indian Caribbean Festival. Are they dressed up like Africans, or are they carrying the Union Jack dressed up like Indians? Why is that? Why not African? Why is it when the Caribbean nations went to the UN to talk about reparations, they didn't even say, let's write a letter on behalf of Black Americans too? They didn't even think, because they went for themselves. Nothing wrong with that. That is their culture. I would want to go further to say that Marcus Garvey's main confidants were Caribbean. And there was an issue, there was a conflict. In fact, Marcus Garvey established a thing called the African Orthodox Church. The African Orthodox Church, led by Bishop McGuire. Okay, you have African Orthodox churches in Africa and the Caribbean. You may have one or two in the United States. What many people fail to understand is that there was a conflict the entire time that the UNIA was going on, because a lot of the Caribbeans didn't want anything to do with Black Americans. They are tribalistic. If you look at England, with Marcus Garvey having been dead since what, 1941? 1940, 41, 42. I can look it up. It's one of those 3 years. Forgive me for not remembering the precise year. 80 years since Marcus Garvey's been dead. What kind of unity do you have among Black people in England from the Caribbean, in particular Jamaica? You don't have any. Murders at an all-time high. There are high numbers of them incarcerated. The British police have had to get guns over the last 20 years to deal with the violent conduct of Jamaican gangs in particular. What I'm trying to say to you, brother, is in this period where there's more Black information, so-called liberated African civil rights, you would think that those people, if they weren't so schismatic and caught up with who had which amount of salt water around their island as the next, there would be some unity in Great Britain amongst Blacks. There isn't. If it doesn't happen 80 years after Garvey, it wasn't happening when Garvey was walking the earth that these people were trying to work with us. And I will go further. Cyril Briggs and the other Caribbean communists that were in Harlem that were with white people, and Claude McKay and others, and sometimes these people were gay like Claude McKay was, these folks were more into leftist politics than Black people, Black American people in particular. And I want to go further to say that this thing wasn't democratic. They didn't just come in and build up. In fact, we have a history of people from the islands coming here and making themselves our leaders. And their interest is in us. One of these people I happen to like, one of these people's mother happens to say I act and look just like him, although I don't think so. Her name is Mae Carmichael. Her son's name is Stokely Carmichael. Stokely Carmichael's one of those people that will tell you, you're just an African. We all need to go back to Africa. Right? So, you mean we don't solve any of our problems here if we just leave? And how do we go? And how are we going to get there? I'm not saying that don't go and live in Africa, but Africa is beautiful. It's beautiful, especially with some money. And you're not starting off at the bottom. Marcus Garvey's philosophy, necessarily, if it was based in the United States and we were giving up the money, we should have been the priority population to be helped and uplifted. The fact that the United Negro Organization was for everybody everywhere is part of the problem we're talking about. It's like gay is the new black, or black liberation theology that has three component parts: blacks, women, and homosexuals. Basically, you're scattering us and making us just another group of people instead of a community that needs to be focused on. If we're just another group of people, why are you collecting money in our country? I couldn't do this in any other country I went to. Ignore the people who I'm getting resources from and take it somewhere else and people be happy. I've had to quit Pan-Africanist organizations because the attitude's the same with the African or Caribbean or Latin American. They feel like Black Americans have too much and we don't really need it. It's the other people that are suffering. We're not suffering, we're just all having a great time. Marcus Garvey, if truth be told, came into prominence because Booker T. Washington was assassinated. Booker T. Washington, whether people like him or not, was trying to build up institutions, jobs, and opportunities for Black people where they were, for us to be protected from illegal aliens and immigrants coming in that would replace us. Marcus Garvey represents a type of replacement. As much as I like a unified Black people worldwide, it shouldn't come at the expense of the destruction or the dispossession of Black American people. We've already been through that. Whether it's being stripped of our Native American or an Aboriginal American identity, our African identity, we don't even get to have our partial white identity or our mixed identity. Now, in order for them to be in Africa, I have to lose everything to help somebody somewhere else that may not even know me or may be a descendant of the persons that sold me in the first place. What the hell logic does that make? And if Garvey didn't take the time to empathize or to see that, he's part of the problem. As much as I like the Garvey movement, as much as I'm part of the movement to get a pardon for Marcus Garvey posthumously, I see the benefits of Garvey and I see the debits that could come with the Garvey movement for Black Americans, and I come from a Garveyite family. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, you did, Dr. Short. Thank you. We have
Yeah.
another question in the chat room. Miss Great 8, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for hosting this. And thank you, Dr. Short. I'm here in DC, so I could relate to some of what you were saying just based on what I know. My question for you is, maybe I kept getting knocked off because of Twitter, but maybe like 10 or 20 minutes ago, you were talking about, and I'm paraphrasing here, the lack of unity among foundational Black Americans in America, and, you know, just trying to change their minds and get them to see how they've been used and abused. So related to that, I have found that this FBA movement has been phenomenal, and I'm so glad that we're in a day and age where we have social media, because I don't know how else we would be able to pull this off. But I'm noticing that even among us, we have tribalism and a lack of unity. And I was quick to be blocked by someone recently, and I don't even know why. I was commenting on a flyer that someone wanted to hand out about foundational Black Americans, and all of a sudden I was on the block list. And we're so emotional, we won't even have a conversation with one another. And I'm not saying we have to like one another at all, or even agree. I do think it's healthy to debate and work out our differences, but really my goal in saying this to you, and I do have a question, and then I'll land my plane, is that we literally have the world against us right now, and we are decades behind. I mean, Dr. Claude Anderson told us in '96 when it would be too late for us. I haven't given up hope, but we are woefully behind. I've been living among illegal aliens for about a decade. In DC, in the DMV. So I know how far behind we are. Why would we treat one another this way? We're such a tiny group right now. We're trying to get other people on board. And like I said, we have the world against us, from progressives to Republicans to Jamaicans to Nigerians to white people. I could just go on and on to Hollywood.
So can you get to your question?
Yeah. So my question is, how do we handle it? What wisdom or message do you have for us? Because I don't see how we're going to make progress if we don't have unity among us and we have tribalism among us.
Right. Well, every people has tribalism. That's not to be surprised. The Caribbeans have tribalism. Everyone has it. That's not really the problem. The problem is that the critical mass of people that are cosmopolitan, in sociology they call them the coping strata, the Black folks that get it try too hard to get the unconvinced. I've already accepted. I've watched how people run after this genocide jab, and I'm of clear mind. Friends, family, associates, I'm going to see large numbers of people die, and what can I do? I know people who will not allow you to talk to them or advise or share. And to watch people die who showed me I'd rather trust Fauci, who's made a career killing Black people, than listen to someone I've watched that's been very concerned about Black folks. Those people are already dead, sister. We need to stop trying to save the dead. They're dead. We can't help them. What you have to do is find like-minded people that want to live, that want to make it. In fact, what I suggest that anybody Black listening to is study resistance movements in occupied countries, like the French resistance to the German occupation. You need to study what do people do when they're occupied, what methods they take to build some sort of community, to have liberated zones where they can work with like-minded people. And the other people are dead. I'm sorry. God knows. I've prayed. I said, to anything. I've even been willing to die for this stuff to change. You know what? You and all of us could shoot ourselves in the head in hopes that it would make other Black people come together, and they laugh at us. Those people aren't worth saving. We have to focus on the people that want to be saved, that want to live, that want to exist, and focus in on them. Let me tell you something. If we started doing something as a small group that was successful, and you didn't just let anyone join, you have to treat your movement and your effort to liberate your people like it's your genitalia. It shouldn't be given to everybody. Only certain people that have proven themselves should even be around you. We shouldn't have to try. If I have to tell someone racism exists, later for them. I told people in the 80s that Tiger Woods would learn he was Black when he got his ass stopped by a state trooper. Remember, he got arrested, and all of a sudden he's been Black ever since, and no more Cablinasian. And his woman beat his ass, whatever. Some of our people will only get it through pain or death. Sadly, what can I do? We have no power over that kind of mental illness. So focus in on who is sincere, that's legit. Don't go by the clothes they wear or what they claim to be. Only judge them by their actions. Find 3 or 4 or 5 people and work with them, and that'll be your little Black country that's liberated. And if the other people go, what could you do anyway? Stop trying to save everybody. In fact, my comment is only a fly wants to be united with shit. If these folks, I've watched mentors and other people literally die young, working, trying to pull Black folks up, and these people resist the help. Those people shouldn't be labored on. Those folks will learn better when they see themselves being left behind. And in fact, those people that you're trying to talk to are laughing at you. They know what you're saying is true. They know that you're sincere. But you know what? The only power that no good, trash, traitor, coon Black people have is that they can frustrate the Black people that want better. And that's where their importance comes in, that you'll keep devoting time and energy to them. When you turn your back on them, Diana Ross style, and reach for your star, that's when they may talk about you. They'll talk about you when you're kissing their behind. They'll talk about you when you move on. We need to learn how to turn a page. White people don't devote their time to economically challenge poor white people or white folks that don't get it. They abandon them. It isn't because they're white, it's because they don't get it. Every people cuts off its lazy, marginal, hard-headed, incorrigible people. They marginalize them. They don't try to say, oh, we got to save them. No, I don't have to save them. I don't. We've been put, like you said, the world is against us. Why am I striving with one of my own? I have to fight them too, because they're on the side of the other people. It is better to see those folks fall by the wayside and save the few that you can. We're the only people that let our knuckleheads and our traitors be heroes and run riot on the rest of us instead of punishing them. First thing you could do if I was a woman, never have sex with the Black man that has no dignity or self-respect or commitment to his people. If people just stop, pardon my language, fucking people who were no damn good, it would send a shockwave through Black men. If a Black man stopped begging for cooch, stupid-ass broad with weave that wants to be a white girl, leave him alone, a lot of folks would respond to the rejection and ostracism are the greatest weapons that we don't use to outcast those people. Shun them like crackheads with dirty bras on. That's when things change. You see, people think folks who care are a joke because those folks respect the Nation of Islam not because of Malcolm X or Elijah Muhammad. They respect them because the fruit of Islam will put a foot in their ass. Our people respect raw power. Our people respect harsh rules and harsh regulations. As much as I don't like that, this is where a lot of people are. We can't change them, and I'm not trying to. I want to find Black folks who volitionally have a virtue of compassion and empathy and cooperation with like-minded people that are not after money or cheap pleasure, or got to have, like you see these fake Black leader males who need to have a cult of women that they're screwing and all this stuff. Anything like that, shun. Find people who genuinely want to do something as basic as having a community farm, having a study group, having a micro business, doing something, creating an institution that can employ, feed, house, help those who deserve it, and focus in on young people. The old people are already gone. The boomers are useless. And the Xers, I'm a first year of the Xers. A lot of the Xers are trash. The only hope is to get some of the people who get it. And that can be of any age. If they don't get it, anybody that you have to talk to one time, stop trying to preach the unconverted. You only want people that get it. Most people don't do anything anyway, except shit, eat, fornicate, work, and pay taxes. There is a 1% of Black folks out here who have enough means to turn this thing around, and we haven't decided to say, look, forget the 99 until we get ourselves integrated in such a way that we can move this whole thing. Most white people did not support the American Revolution, maybe less than 0.1%. The masses don't do anything. That's leftist garbage ideology. We simply need to find those people who want it and want it badly enough to forge a thing. And the other people will come along when they see something. Black people weren't for Obama until they saw white people voting for him. Black folks are very faithless. They've got to see it working first. There are a lot of women, you got to be a millionaire before they'll date you. A lot of women have to have a behind the size of a diving board in an Olympic swimming pool before a man will look at it. We're obsessed with material and things that we can see because a lot of us are faithless. Don't deal with fatalistic, faithless, materialistic, assimilated Black people. That's my answer.
That's dope. I'm gonna give questions. I'm gonna respect Dr. Short's time, so we're gonna ask one more question, and I'm gonna let Dr. Short close it out. So, Rosa from the DMV. Make sure you ask your questions brief, and because Dr. Short has to leave pretty soon, but I wanted to get your question in.
All right. Thank you so much for having this space, Dwan B. Thank you, Dr. Short, for spending your Saturday with us. My question, well, my question will be short. Someone will has said before. I'm in the DMV, by the way. But my question is, like, I want to know, because I've already done most of what you're saying. My circle is very tight. I don't go into a lot of people's Twitter spaces that are really not talking about something on how to move. I'm also a member of, I'm inactive member of the D9, but how do we get a lot of these people to know the messaging that are not acclimated to social media? Many people don't even go on to social media. How do we get them activated and start making moves?
I don't have an answer for you. Somewhere there's a thing called agency in social sciences. If a person can't internet they're not going to do any of this stuff. It's not fair to waste time on them, just honestly. They're going to be left behind. We have to stop crying over people that won't keep up with the times. It's just not reality. Study any revolutionary movement, any movement among people. Folks don't waste time on people that don't get it. They really don't. We've been doing this for 80 years, and it's a part of the trick of the boule, and it's also a trick of the white supremacists. They're using our humanitarian impulse against us. They know that you can't ever get a mass of anybody to do anything. You can only get a small group that ultimately influences a larger group. So what I would say, work harder with the group that you have and see if you can find other like groups. Sister Sean's in the DMV. Figure out who and check them out so you know that they're from here. Make certain that you know people's parents and grandparents, that they can prove that they're foundational Black American, and do a criminal background check. Find out who the hell they are. Get a criminal background check program. Pay for it. $30, y'all chip in $6 a month, so y'all can vet and find out who's a criminal, because they'll interject into your group people who will spy on you. Okay, and all I can say is, if you have a group, focus on the young people who don't want to go online, can't do this, or can't do a DNA test because white people are going to know me. If people that are afraid or are not driven, they can't be worth it. Okay, and I don't mind if you don't agree with me. We've got a gender problem. In fact, throughout history, most of your warriors and generals have been male. We have a weakness in our community where too often certain things that are for the male lane, women are driving in due to defects in our culture. Sometimes we men know what's best. Sometimes women know what's best. We have too much enabling in our culture, and our men are overly feminine. We enable too much. We need to cut people off. It's going to hurt. Great. It's going to hurt us all if we are exterminated. I'm done with this question.
Yes, sir. I know you have somewhere to be, so close it out.
No, we can do. We can do another one. What do you want to do this thing on the music? Because some of this stuff needs to be said today.
Yeah, we're gonna do another. We're gonna definitely do another one. I know that you want to. I don't know how much time you have. Close it out. However you want to close it out. I talked about some artists you want to mention, but how you want to close it out? Go right.
Since the time is running out on my end, I just want to encourage people. If you can't be with the ones in the race you want, be with the ones in the race you're with. Stop dreaming about people that you can't get to come to your meetings or join or read a book. They're already done. They'll learn later. They'll wake up when it comes time to wake up. And people do wake up. I can recall being a student at Howard, being attacked by the Caribbean students for coming to help them, physically attacked. And I can recall writing in Howard University student paper that African Americans were a distinct people, and being attacked by Black Americans for being bigoted and anti-African and racist and all this stuff. And I didn't say anything against anybody from there. I just said, don't we exist? And I was told, no. And I look at it, it's interesting. 20 some odd years later, somebody has woke up. With great irony, one of the people that was an enemy of mine who was like that was that mulatto with the white lover, Yvette Carnell. Beware of such people. And it isn't that she's mixed, and it isn't that she's getting her teeth flossed by white woman's pubic hair. It's that she's a Democratic shill. Avoid people who worship white institutions or want to assimilate. But I will say to you, since I left Howard, this ADOS and FBA and all this stuff, it's quite fascinating that it actually happened. And I'm quite surprised at how fast it is. So people should always understand that no matter how dark things seem, there's hope. Your enemy and their fifth columnists and the subversive traitors in our community want us to give up on hope, because when you give up on hope, you'll accept trans, you'll accept minor attracted persons, pedophiles who want to screw your kids, you'll accept being replaced and removed and dispossessed by illegals. You'll accept no good nigger preachers. You'll accept traitor, the traitor, liar, congressional and state representation as well as municipal. You have to have hope, and you have to be a hope agent. And help the one or two that you can. It doesn't take many. It doesn't take as many. And they're very much aware of it, which is why whenever I'm on social media and I don't have a big following, why do they need to take that off my YouTube pages? Why do they have to keep me off Twitter? Why me? Why not people who have 1 million followers? Why not people with 50,000 or 100,000 followers? Because there's a power of one. There's a power of one Nat Turner, one of my ancestors, a power of one. He's been gone for all these years. He's been gone for 190 years, and they're still afraid of him. They chopped him up and made him into jelly. One Black person that gets it will find, if they dedicate themselves to folks that truly want it, can shake this whole thing up. The power of one. It is a inferiority complex as well as a lack of faith in God. And yes, I believe in God. I'm a Christian. And yes, Nat Turner was a Christian. And most of the people that have raised hell have been not niggers that want your money with their eyes on your pocketbook, but folks who are concerned about your soul here and now and in the life to come. Faithless people need allies. Faithless people need gays and need commies and need Democrats and need Republicans and need people of color and need LGBTQIAZP. And people of faith, whether it's Harriet Tubman or any of them, if they had to do it by themselves, they did it. We don't need everybody. We just need the right people. The scriptures say God just needs yielded vessels, people who are committed to the cause, who are focused. We do not need everybody. Gideon didn't need everybody, and he was Black. We don't have to have. We want people who want to fight. Wars are always won by the people, by the side that has the fire in its belly. If you really want to fight for what's yours, you're going to win. If you want to be making French kisses and tongue kissing your enemies because they don't like the way you look, you've already lost. And sadly, I'll say it here, most Black people have a love-hate relationship with white people, which makes them ambivalent fighters at best, Total sellout suck-ups who want an interracial hookup at the worst. I'm finished.
Thank you, Dr. Short. I know you. We're gonna keep the room going. I'm gonna get some of y'all comments, but Dr. Short has to leave. He got some things to do today, and we will do. Definitely, this is not the last room. This is on first. We're gonna do more with Dr. Short. Follow him as long as they allow him to have this profile, because at some point, Twitter's gonna kick him off for saying, you know, Lizzo should kick him out for something that petty. Like, follow, make sure you follow. Uh, I'll talk to you soon. Everyone else go ahead and breathe. Have a good one. Yeah, it sounds like that. It sounds like Dr. Short was at Raging Waters, about to get on a tube slide. But yeah, Dr. Short, man. So if y'all want to know, we're gonna talk a little bit about what Dr. Short says. So I want y'all to send some requests. If you want to chop it up, ask some questions, make some comments. Make sure your comments are brief. I'm not gonna have you on here forever. But make sure your comments are brief, because I ain't gonna be on forever. Eddie or Fori, you were next. Go ahead. It shows his is connected real. Taking a long time to connect. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Ghanaian.
No problem.
Yes, sir, I'm Ghanaian. I'm in Accra right now, and I've been listening to you for about a year now. So, I listen to not only you but the new Black Media, and I've been wondering, how do you stamp the facts into the minds of Black people worldwide? The fact is that FBA, you guys have ancestors from both America and then also Africa, and also some Moorish traders. Now, and also the second fact is that FBA culture, not African American culture, but FBA culture is American culture, from music to tech. So I've been wondering, what's the best way to stamp all these facts into the minds of Black people, not just in America, but worldwide? And I believe the missing link over here is movies. You see, every other culture that we respect, they make movies. For example, Chinese culture, they make movies which not only show their modern living, but they also go a step beyond to show their ancestors. Even Europe, with all the lies, they never show the Moors, but they do this. So all these things create a certain pride in them, and it stamps a certain truth in the minds of the viewers. I believe that Americans, unlike we Africans, you guys have the minds. You guys have the code. You guys have the ability to make these type of movies where you show your ancestors, the Cherokee, and all these people. It doesn't have to be documentary like. It can be narratives. It can be comedy. It can be sci-fi. You can do time travel, where you show C.J. Peterson, you show Elijah McCoy, even Jack Johnson, not just as a boxer, but somebody who had a patent for a certain type of monkey wrench, Mr. Horace King, Louis Latimer.
Thanks.
You can make.
I hear exactly where you're going. Let me answer your question, and I'm gonna get to everyone else speaking. But that's a great question.
Yes, sir.
Because your question, what do we do? First, you ask, what do we do to step into the minds of the people? What we do is we have to make sure each one teach one. We got to pass these messages around. We have to understand that it's not going to come from a mainstream outlet. Anything that has, and this is what people around the diaspora needs to understand also about entertainment, about movies. Movies are going to reinforce the narrative of the dominant of the people putting in the money into the movie, even if it's an all-black cast. Black Panther. At the end of the day, you have black people fight black people, and you have black man against black woman, and you have black people accepting white folks into Wakanda. And I don't even know what's going to be on this next damn Black Panther. So we got to know when it comes from Disney, when it comes from those places, types of outlet, it's going to have a monkey wrench in the plan. But this is what we can do. This is what we have done. We have done it. You look at the black exploitation era of the early 70s, and you see how that era from 1971 to 1975 changed the image of black men, and you had a good, strong 20-year run of black masculinity because of that small set of films. Up until that gangster, then the minute those gangster films came in, all of a sudden that became black people. Nowadays, every black person, every black man's a sissy. So yeah, but we have to go ahead and make sure we have that. But we got to know that in order to get that done, we have to We have to give people who are out there crowdfunding, who have shown to be faithful and shown to be people who follow through with their projects. We got to do it that way, because when it comes to Hollywood, they're not going to fund these things. And I always say, I'll point back to those Eddie Murphy movies of the 80s and the 90s. Eddie Murphy was on something. The Hudlin brothers, their movies, they were on something. A lot of black culture was put in through those Eddie Murphy movies, and a lot of black narratives. So a lot of those movies, for the people coming up, you got to get your kids put up on them. But next up, I have Dr. Short. You want to speak again? I see Dr. Short asking to speak again. Did you want to say something else, Dr. Short? You can unmute yourself. In the meantime, next up, who did I have next? I had CC.
Okay.
Oh, there.
I'm going to give
Dr.
this
You want to say
2 more minutes. I want to speak specifically to the brother from Ghana, because the question that he asked on one level isn't bad, but on another question it is bad. Because it puts the responsibility of informing everybody on us. Why us? Why not you? Okay, and I will say this. Who am I to say something? I will tell you who I am. One of the ministers of tourism for Ghana is a friend of mine who died in a freak accident. His name is Ferdinand Ayim. I think he died in 2004, 2005. When I was in Ghana for the first time, I noticed that people in Ghana looked down on you if you wore African clothing in Accra. In fact, they could tell you weren't Ghanaian because you were wearing Ghanaian clothes. And the Ghanaians would spend a premium down in Central and downtown Accra to buy dirty American clothes that were old. It's one of the biggest hustles, is to send filthy old American clothes back to Africa, and people pay a premium for it, versus making their own clothing, which I love African clothes. Anybody that knows anything about me knows I wear African clothes all the time. I couldn't convince people from Ghana when I was at Legon University that I actually wore African clothes in America, or that people in America liked African clothes, because they had an inferiority complex towards their own country and culture. So there were Ghanaians who made clothes, who had beautiful clothing, and it didn't sell. And people would take the little tap-tap buses to go and buy American trash. That's in Africa, and this is what Black Americans need to get through their skulls, that white supremacy mindset is global. And so there is no place of paradise where people have this kind of Black consciousness. We have more of it here than any place else. And even we're in sorry condition. But what I did do, and what this gentleman needs to do, is I confronted Mr. Ayim because I was so angry seeing Ghanaian people. Back then, they were using the old CDs that were like 10,000 of their dollars to every American dollar. People going broke to buy old clothes, and yet African clothes, locally produced, were inexpensive and better looking and brand new. And I went and I confronted him and said, dude, how the hell are y'all going to get free from the English or the Americans or whoever, the Chinese, if you don't even buy your own stuff? And I says, it's 90 some odd degrees, 100% humidity in Accra. And these people have on full suits, Dwan, with ties, like white people. It's hot. And they're wearing old American and British suits, and sometimes they're brand new, in the heat. And their African clothes more suited to the weather that they didn't wear. And I said, Ferdinand, this is disgusting. You shouldn't let these people buy dirty, throwaway American clothes. And he says, what could I do? I says, dude, you're in the bureaucracy. Require these people to wear African clothing 1 day a week. That will make some jobs. Do you know, now you can wear African clothing, at least you could for a while, in Ghana, but it wasn't because a Ghanaian thought about it. It's a Black American confronting a Ghanaian about Ghanaian contempt for their own culture. So, who is to say that people will watch a film if they know it's made by Black Americans because white is better? It's a big problem in Africa. It's bigger there than here. People buy more skin lightener to make their skin white in Africa than we do. Even those of us who are 1/4 white, like I am, would never wear skin light, would never dye my hair blonde. It is up to Africans in Africa themselves to conquer the self-hatred that is there, because we can barely deal with our own devils. And yes, one person makes a difference. One person from Ghana should have said, why do I have to wear the white people's clothes all the time? Instead, it comes from me, a visitor. And we need to understand that unliberated minds are all over, but it will not be helped. You can't import consciousness or awareness. You can enhance, you can improve, but you can't put the hunger or the desire there. It has to first exist. And I'll say one more thing. You don't need just movies in Africa. I spent some time at Legon University in the Department of History, and I got to go into their precious library. They didn't have one book about Blacks in the diaspora. Not one. Not Martin Luther King, not Malcolm X, not Marcus Garvey. They had stuff on Bismarck, Metternich, the Duke of Wellington, Lord Nelson. This is an African history department in one of the better universities in Africa. And I came out and I cried because I thought, damn, Africans are stupid and they don't know about us being sold into slavery. And I asked people about this being a student at Howard, and everyone would deny it. And I got to African recognized, even at the University of Ghana, where this man is. Go to their bookstores. They don't even sell books about their own history or culture. I mean, so why not make some books? It's easier to make books than it is to make a movie. Those books should be in the universities. There's a thing called Books for Africa that will send free books to Africa. But why should we have to pay the shipping? Do you follow what I'm saying? I know folks that have sent hundreds of thousands of books to Africa and included Black history and other things. In reality, the hunger must be there. And the hunger must be in your belly, because you can't experience my hunger, nor can I experience yours. I may be able to give you something for your hunger, but you must first have it. We absolutely
That's real talk.
must take responsibility to fight in each of our areas to do the best that we can, because where there's a will, there's a way. The Nigerians have a film industry. In fact, I'll go as far to say that they even have a porn industry that is growing in Africa, and some of it's gay. If they can make movies to promote homosexuality throughout Africa, then they can make movies to promote Black and African history. The sissies make movies. They've even made them in Ghana, and they make them in Nigeria, and they make them in Senegal, and they make them in Uganda, even if it's against the law. If people can do that for sodomy, they can do it for solidarity. Let me go. I've got to make my meeting.
Mic drop. That's real talk. That's real talk. You're right though. And now that he said that about American clothes, now I understand why I see so many Africans at Six Flags with penny loafers, stonewashed jeans, and a tuxedo shirt. Like, why the fuck are you wearing a prom outfit and casual work attire with penny loafers with a Chuck E. Cheese token in them to Six Flags? Now I get it. Cece, you were next.
Hey, Dwan. I can't remember the guy's name that spoke earlier. The African guy. Some of the things he said was concerning to me for obvious reasons. Not even concerning; they bothered me. One, I have an issue with non-black freedmen, American. They tend to come into our spaces and tell us what we need to do, um, when they should really be focused on what they need to do. So the first part that I took issue with is he said, damn, he said, we need to look at other cultures and ethnicities that we admire or respect. He started talking about the Chinese. Black Americans aren't sitting around in awe of any other ethnicity. I don't think that's a Black American freedman thing. We are fully aware that our current condition is based on systemic global oppression. We completely understand that. We also understand that other ethnicities that are thriving, particularly in the US, a lot of that has to do with their trade agreements with the United States. They are protected and they get rewarded certain things based on certain trade agreements, and that the United States is anti Black American. Then he went on to say, oh, we need to make movies and we need to do this and that. And that's always comical to me. How does somebody that has left their country and is leaving their countries in ruins have the audacity to tell us what we need to do, especially when he's showing a complete lack of historical knowledge about us? We've been making films. Does he know about Oscar Micheaux? And then you mentioned Eddie Murphy. You mentioned the Hudlin brothers. Um, does he not know that when we try to get movie deals, that we're shot down? Like, how do you come to someone else's country and tell them what they need to do instead of sitting in the audience and listening and learning? I would never go to somebody else's country and tell them what they need to do because I don't know the nuances and the complexities.
You're right
Uh,
about that. I want
yeah,
to
of
make
all
one
the
quick point.
political strife.
I want to make one quick point off what you said. I'm gonna let you finish. You said something. You said something about the Hudlin brothers, and I was at Black Movie Night in Hollywood Bowl this past Wednesday,
You know, I was
and I
so
got
mad
to
I
see.
missed it.
That was dope. I had my box seats right there. My box number 1420. You gonna see DwannBrown's name on that motherfucker. That's where I'll be at. But Reginald Hudlin produced that, and it was just going back, showing Dorothy Dandridge, showing all of these names that were great. You know, that we've always been doing this, and we've always brought a certain grace and a class to the film. It was the person that did the what's his name? He was Caribbean. Um, the Mr. Well, not Mr. Bojangles. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I'm drawing a blank.
Step and
I see
fetch
his
it.
Step and Fetch It. He was Caribbean. When we were on camera, we always brought a certain dignity and class, you know, to the film industry. And the thing that stopped it was, and people got to remember in the 90s, go back and look at how many film houses were releasing films. So everybody wasn't doing black films, but there were enough film houses, New Line Cinema, that will release a Friday, a house party, and these type coming of age films, The Brothers. That was going on. When the film industry started getting bought up and getting consolidated by either Disney or 20th Century Fox, and all these houses started coming together, at that point is this when you saw black movies basically cut completely off. And when they do release a black film, it's buffoonery and gayness. And I have a Jewish homeboy who breaks code all the time and tells me all kind of shit that they do in Hollywood. He said when they're releasing films, when they have a black film, because he's working on a film right now where it's with Sanaa Lathan, and he basically told me it's gonna be some gay shit in it. But he basically said, you know, when the films get to the top and the film script is done, there are people on the board that go through it and then they add and take away things. And he said it's a black woman of immigrant descent is one of the people that's on that board, and she's always the one putting some gay stuff in the films. These films start off one way, but by the time they're released and greenlit and funded, because the only way you're going to get the money to complete these films is if you put whatever agenda they want in the films. This is what our filmmakers are up against. But if you notice, you don't see too many films from the Hudlin brothers anymore. As great as they were, why ain't they still releasing films? Why is Issa Rae now getting the budget? These are all kind of things that go on behind the scenes when it comes to black people in film. And so, you know, when it comes to people who do it right, who do make these multi-trillion-dollar films out of nothing, Ice Cube tried for 20 years to get another Friday. Black people been trying to get another Friday for 20 years. We didn't get a Friday, but we can get all kind of men kissing each other and doing all kind of booty dookie activities. That goes to show you it's not about what we're trying to do and not trying to do. It's about the funding and the people who control what gets put out, doing what they do. But go ahead, Connie, finish what you said, then I'm going to get to the next person.
Oh, okay. I kind of forgot, but as a little known fact, in case people don't know, Reggie's wife, Chrisette, is Kamala Harris's best friend. I believe they're both Jamaican. And I know Reggie and Chrisette. But anywho, I kind of forgot what I was saying, but just in closing, I just find it's disrespectful. So to any non-Black American freedmen in the room, please, if you're a Pan-Africanist, in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, work on your people. Put all your energy into your people. Stop telling us what we need to do when there's obvious failures in all of your countries. We can't really trust people that come here with a different level of desperation. Our level of desperation here is surviving in our country. We know how to do this. And now we're pivoting to attack a new and brutal strategy against us. But we're seeing too many immigrants come here and look at this as a place of comfort. We don't have the same sense of urgency. So we need you to really focus on yourselves, humble yourselves, and stop trying to school us on who we are, what we need to do, when every time you open your mouths, you know nothing about our history. Thank you.
Oh, my bad. I was talking. Thanks, Connie. Next is Puzzle, and then Miss Great
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, black first to the family. I just wanted to add to the brother who was talking, the African brother who was talking. I think Dr. Randy summed it up perfectly. That's why I raised my hand. I think the problem is when we have our Africans who lead with the narrative that we're just dumb and violent and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're like insist that, you know, we are these subhuman people who are just prone to violence and whatever else. It further proves that they don't have an education on the contributions of Black American freedmen, foundational Black Americans, and our contribution to the diaspora, and they don't understand the geopolitical unified ideology that we're leading with. Black first means that you're Black first and you don't lead with your flag. So therefore, what we've contributed to the world historically, that it's clear that they don't know about our contribution. It's clear. And I think before, like the brother mentioned, we need to make movies. Okay, well, we already have the new Black media. Everyone's familiar with Tariq Nasheed, but obviously they aren't. And what he's been doing. Okay, follow that. Start there. You know, work from what we've been doing. Like I said, you mentioned the Hudlin brothers. I school my daughters and, you know, anyone who's, listening, especially the youth, about the history that's been laid out and the great things that's been going on the last 20, 30 years in particular in Black culture every day, and it's clear that Africans and immigrants who come over here don't even know that much, and it's very telling, because if you don't know that much, then there's nothing that in the last 40 years that's been happening, and I think from there, that's where they'll be following our lead, and because we've been
That's a good
already,
point, brother.
you know
That's a
what
good.
I mean,
That's a good
and
point. I
I'll
want to get
land
to.
my plane there.
Yeah, I want to get to the next person, but now you brought up a good. You brought up a good point. When it comes down to what was going on, but I want to say this: when it comes down to them not understanding, no, they don't know our history. No, they don't understand our history. But the way I see it is this: forget the history. That's level number two. On a basic first door, first floor level, it shows a level of disrespect, because at the end of the day, you're in my house. You're in my home. If you come to my home, I don't care if my home was a trailer park. I don't care if my home was a tent under the freeway. If you decided, I didn't invite you, if you decide to come visit my tent under the freeway, and I'm in that freeway scratching my nuts and watching The Simpsons, you don't disrespect it because you're in my home. We could have not done it. They can believe every stereotype they want to believe about us. They can believe every lie they want to believe that we didn't do. You still came to my home. So the fact that you're in my home, that requires you to have respect for my home and how I run my home. Especially if my home is a tent under the freeway, but your home is a goddamn gutter with shit all in it. Yeah, my home may be messed up. Yeah, we may have our ghettos that ain't in the best condition right now, but it's still better than what you got. So sit your ass down and be respectful. Miss Great, it's up to you, and then I'm gonna go to the pro.
Hi, I'll be real quick. So my question earlier about tribalism, among foundational Black Americans, and I felt like the doctor's response was really good and funny, and I enjoyed it and appreciate it. But my question was targeted as towards us within this current movement. We have it within the current FBA movement. And I was being really sincere. I've been blocked by people, and I'm like, what is, pardon my language, but I've been like, what the fuck is, I didn't do anything. And it's just that we're so emotional that we can't talk things out. And I just think we need to figure out, maybe part of being on code is being able to talk things out, because we're such a small number of people and we have the world against us. So why are we like blocking each other and getting
I hear
angry
you.
with each other? So that's it. I'm going
Let
back to the
me
audience.
let me answer your question, because I know Dr. Randy Short and I we share the same sentiment when it comes to this. First of all, yeah, on one level, we do have to learn how to talk it out. And for that, I do have my new book that's dropping called Tell It Like It Is, The Art of Loving Communication, How to Speak in a Loving Tone to Your Family Members, spouse, mother, child, father, son, how to talk in a loving tone. Because in order to build a loving community, we have to have loving families. You can't expect a family to sit together if people are talking to each other like they got a tail between their legs. So my new book, Tell It Like It Is, The Art of Loving Communication, is coming out real soon. Follow me on his Twitter, and then I'll drop it all on here at Hotepish.com. And follow my YouTube channel, DwannB. Dr. Short and I, we do these talks all the time. We just decided to bring it to Twitter today. I will post this up I will be posting this up onto YouTube. Shouts out. So yes, on one hand, we do need to learn how to talk with love. But let me say this: you got to know that at the end of the day, people ain't gonna get along sometimes. Period. Just we ain't get along. You can have, just because you share an ideology of freedom. An ideology of freedom is something every human should have. To the truth, that shouldn't be the exception. That should be the norm. As a human being, you should have an ideology of freedom. So just because you're on code with an ideology of freedom, don't mean you're going to be on code with how that's done. I mean, not code. We're not going to have share ideologies. As long as you're on code with freedom and you have the respect to let other people do what they do, that's cool. But at the end of the day, people are going to fight. People gonna talk shit to each other. People gonna be caught up in their egos. People gonna do all kind of shit. Look, Byrd killed Hamilton, and the United States didn't stop being built, man. Like Byrd and Hamilton had a petty fight. Just look at the construction of the United States. Vice President Byrd and the father of the financial institutions, Hamilton, they used to petty each other to death, do all kind of petty shit, all the way down to one killing the other. That didn't stop the United States from getting built. That didn't stop anything. Thomas Jefferson, what was it? Andrew Jackson. I get them two confused. I have this lesson like a motherfucker. I get Jefferson and Jackson confused all the time. Jays. But they had over 200 duels and still ended up becoming president, and the country still went on. People are going to fight. Like, so if you don't get along with somebody, you don't get along with them. Like, y'all can block each other. I've been blocked, you know what I mean? I'm not offended when someone blocks me. It's like, okay, that person's point of view when it comes to it is different. And whatever, I'd rather them block me so we don't have to interact. I don't want to argue with nobody. So if y'all don't get along, it gets to the point to where y'all want to fight, you can either choose to engage in a fight or not. And if somebody blocks you, they block you. And that's just the way it is. That's not going to stop. As long as the most of us have a point of view of getting this done, we're going to be all right. People ain't going to get along. That's just what it is. What's up, the Prophet? You next, and then Clarice.
Hey, good afternoon, Brother Dwan B. Appreciate being on the stage always. I wanted to shout out my sister Connie for protesting at the radio station out there in California for with their anti-Black American stance. Let me just say this, and appreciate I do appreciate Dr. Randy Short too. Also, always when I hear him speak. Let me say this, family. We have to appreciate, I think the biggest thing about this, Brother Dwan, we have to appreciate being Black American. That's what we have to appreciate. We have to wrap ourselves in our culture, our history, our customs, our people, their lineage, their legacy. If we take care of that, everything else will fall by the wayside. What we see is we got a lot of imitators running around. You know, you got Fat Joe running around saying that now people, they were creators of hip hop, and you got all these kinds of people who are opportunists now trying to insert themselves into Black American life, where before they didn't want to have anything to do with Black Americans. So what we have to do, we have to focus on ourselves. We have to economically and intellectually empower ourselves. And we have to remember who we are, because none of these other groups of people are greater than we are. None of them have done anything towards the advancement of freedom than our people have. So we have to focus on what our business is supposed to be, not get sidetracked by all these crazy people out here speaking who are just merely opportunists. They weren't here when the country was built. They have no blood equity in this soil. They haven't paid taxes long enough to even contribute to this society. So we need to focus on our business and focus on just uplifting Black Americans. And I'll yield back, Brother Dwan. Appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir. That's some real talk right there. You know, we as a people, like, we have the authority. We just haven't taken it. We got to understand in communication. We used to all talk about in debate the power of fiat. Fiat is whatever you make it. Whatever you make it. Trump uses it all the time. For the lame brains, when I bring up somebody's name like Trump, I ain't talking about voting. I'm just talking about just watching how a person moves and watching what they do, because this power is in everyone's hands when it comes to rhetoric. When it comes to rhetoric, whatever you say it is, and you back it and stand on it and get people to second it and follow it, that's what it is. It doesn't matter what reality says. Trump can say the sky is pink and it's going to be 30 million people ready to die for that shit. So that's a power that we laugh at people like that for using, but it's a power that we all have. The thing that we have on top of ours is our power of our power of fiat is also backed with reality and substance and truth. They use power of fiat all the time to tell you that you're nothing, that you're just a slave. Your history starts in 1619. That's them using their power of fiat in using the lie of omission to enforce their power of fiat to get you to believe something about yourself by framing the narrative in such a small, tiny window. We as Black people, we can use it and we can speak up for ourselves. And when we speak up for ourselves, tell the truth about it and stand on it. And standing on it don't mean waiting for somebody else to approve. When a hurricane is coming, the high rise don't say, "Please, hurricane, will you let me stand up? Don't blow your wind so hard, Mr. Hurricane." No, goddamn it. The high rise stands on its own. It don't matter what the fuck that hurricane is doing. So if Black people use our power of fiat, if we say what we say, back it with truth and evidence, and stand on it, and not give 2/5 of one fuck about what anybody else thinks, we're going to pull them into our reality. That's how you pull people into your reality. You say what it is, and you stand on it. We've been saying these crackers do that for 400 years, standing on bullshit. But whose reality are we living? We have that power too in rooms like this, and information is what undergirds that. When we pass our information through the grapevine, when we spread knowledge, when we spread game, when we spread truth, when we teach each other, and when we stand on it, that's what gets things to change. Michael Jackson told your ass, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make that change. He wasn't bullshitting. That's life. But I got Clarice next, and then I got Marcel, and then I'm gonna go to CC again. But go ahead, Clarice.
Yes, in response to what you said about when you see people with the jeans on and the penny loafers, or however you said that they're dressed. One, if they knew the history of the penny loafer, if anybody knew the history of the penny loafer, you would not wear those things. Number two, they don't know their history. However, they have this arrogance and they're not appreciative. So don't engage. It's professional time wasting, as Brother Tariq always says. Professional time wasters. And you tell a lie. If someone tells a lie long enough, it becomes the truth. The truth is poison in a sea of lies. When we talk about the tribalism, as someone said, exists here, which I disagree with that. Tribalism is from a different part of the world. So we have to understand, or some people, those that do not understand. It is good to know and understand and overstand that there are toxic people, period. Even amongst foundational Americans that built this land, Black Americans. They're toxic. It is what it is. And it's tough to accept. Yes, it is. And I'm saying in response to the sister that was asking Miss Sister McGee, I 100% know your sentiments. However, it's not for everyone. Not everyone is going to be able to come along. It hurts. It hurts me to come to that realization. However, everything is permissible, but not everything is beneficial. So we have to help people, the ones that want it. And the system we're under, remember that this system has been, as the brother Dwan was just saying, what they've been doing for years to us. And unfortunately, it has worked. It has worked. However, there are some of us that are starting to remember, and there are some of us that have always remembered, and then there's some of us that just won't get it. It hurts. I don't like it. I don't want it to be that way. However, it's the truth, it's reality, it's a fact. It's not going to change no matter how hard anyone wants it to. And that's taking, and with that, just take the time. Each person take the time for themselves to decide, I'm going to unlearn everything this system has put upon me and my ancestors, because they are less than, because they don't want anyone to recognize and know that they are less than. But it's the truth, and it's not going to change. So I just want to leave. I would just land with that. Thank you again, brother.
Thank you for those words. That's some real talk right there. You know, we all wanted to get better, but at the end of the day, we have to live with the world we're in, not the world we want. And the world we're in is a world that, you know, people are going to disagree. People aren't going to get along. People are going to fight. But a little fight, a little disagreement has never stopped the movement from ending, from being completed. There's always been dissension within movements, and especially as movements are gaining steam, because there are ideologies that people have that are going to contradict, and these fights, these clashes, are those of us who are watching, if we're wise, we're going to see the clash in ideologies, and we're going to let the evidence speak to whose side is winning and whose side is true. And then with that physical evidence of which side is true, which side is most effective, more of us will gather along and keep pushing forward. There have been inner fights all along these last 10 years on the internet, but we're starting to see some of the same people who've had these clashes, their points of views are agreeing with more black people than some of the people they've had clashes with. And if we're wise, we'll look at that evidence and not get caught up in the people. Go ahead, Brother Marcel.
Hey, Dwan, thank you for having. I really had never heard of Dr. Short before. Then I was checking my Instagram page and find out that he has been following me and had actually direct messaged me. I don't know how. I just happened to see it and I followed him back. But I just want to speak to the point that you were speaking of. I'm really getting a little tired of us focusing on the so-called disagreement and tribalism. People are going to fight. There ain't never been an organization or a movement where people haven't clashed, where people haven't, had some type of issues where they don't agree with another segment. That happens in every movement and every group and every organization. Obviously, the stakes are always going to be higher for us. And obviously, we can't always afford to do things that other groups do. But that's a problem too. The fact that we're expected to be superhuman, that's actually one of the things we need to be fighting against. This expectation that we as Black Americans, freedmen, who have already overcome superhuman obstacles and have already done things that can legitimately be considered superhuman, that we always need to be superhuman. We're going to fight amongst each other like every other group and movement does. I really, really need us to start losing our, every time we see a Twitter beef or people are disagreeing with something that this one said. It happens. It happens. That is not an indictment of the movement. That's just a reminder that we are human beings too. I mean, at some point, we're not going to always be able to walk on water. At some point, we're going to fall and be submerged in the water too. If any group has a right and a reason to be submerged in water, it's us. The fact that we've kept our head above the water is a testament to the fact that we are expected to do superhuman things, and hell, we do. But we can't always expect that. I think that what has to happen is just what Dr. Short said, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I've always said that we need to stop trying to act like we're going to bring everyone on board. We need to stop acting like we're going to get every single Black American freeman out on the street and talking about reparations. That ain't going to happen. Even some within this movement are just simply coons who are just in this movement for reasons that are probably personal to them. And some are going to be in this movement and have strategies and ideas that are really not going to be beneficial to our people, but they may sincerely believe they are. That's going to happen. Like Dr. Short said, we are wasting our time worrying about us getting along and being nice to each other. Hell with that. Can we just focus on the movement? I am tired of people writing me in my inbox, asking me to speak about this beef and that beef and getting mad at me because I didn't speak about that or I didn't say it up to this person when they did that. I am not your father. Okay? I am running on a reparations platform. That needs to be all of our focus, not trying to settle beefs and hold people accountable for what they did or didn't do. I'm here to get us reparations.
not here to be somebody's damn daddy and slap them on the hand. So I'm kind of glad Dr. Short made that point out, and it just reaffirmed what I've always felt. We need to focus on the movement at hand, not get involved in these little personal fights, not lose our stuff over it, and that kind of focus everybody getting along. Hell with getting along. Let's get reparations.
Hey, real quick, Marcel, you and Dr. Short really need to hook up because he's been in DC since the '80s. He went to Harvard at the same time as Obama, went to Howard at the same time as Kamala. We've done a bunch of shows on my YouTube channel where he talks about those years, and he was giving the warning signals out on Kamala years ago. But Dr. Short, we had a phone conversation yesterday, and he told me something that I didn't even know about him. We talk on the phone all the time, but I didn't know that Dr. Short was the person. You know, when the whole Iran the drug scandal got uncovered here in LA with Oliver North and
Ultra. Yeah.
It was Dr. Short that found that is the person that got Gary Webb in contact with Maxine Waters and Dick Gregory. It was Dr. Short that hooked that whole thing up, that started Maxine Waters' political career. Her political career really got boosted through going after Oliver North and bringing crack into L.A. That was Dr. Short that got everyone together to push that story out. So Marcel, I would love to see you two work with one another because he's someone who's his blackness has got him kicked out of Howard, got him kicked out of DC. He used to Dr. Short used to be on MSNBC. They used to call him to give political opinions, but he's always been black first, and you know how that works in DC. So he's kind of gotten kicked on the outside of things. But yeah,
Yeah,
off the cup.
I'm definitely going to. I don't know if he does. He sends me videos before. I don't think. I mean, he's been sending me videos for a while, but I've scrolled through a few of them. It's like, I don't know if he just does like mass DMs, and I'm just one of the people. He's been following me. I follow him back. I'm definitely going to reach out to him, and I can believe he's been kicked out of opportunities because of being so pro Black American. It happens. The little bit of opportunities I had, I can tell you the reason I haven't gotten phone calls back or whatnot is, or I'm not invited to certain panels, is because they know, that we're going to call out things, and that makes people uncomfortable. So, but you know what? It's good anyway. If bead off code is a requirement to be in a certain room, I don't want to be in that room.
And for those of y'all follow my YouTube channel, I have about 2 years of interviews with Dr. Short where he's talking about hosting meetings with John Lewis and telling the real stories about what was going on in DC. He wrote a book with Roger Stone. He's actually setting up an interview with me and Roger Stone pretty soon, so I could talk to him about some Republican strategies, just so I can put a needle in the ass of the Democrats. Go ahead, CC. You next.
Hey, real quick. Well, one, that was interesting. I was at Howard when Dr. Short was there. So I'm wondering if he's in my yearbook. But anyway, if you don't mind, can I take about 30 seconds to give an update on the Power 106 protest?
Take as long as you want.
No, I don't want to take that long. There a lot of things, like I always tell you, Dwan, I'm not going to say online for various reasons, but the protests, the actual physical protests in front of the building, was/is one part of the overall strategy. Some people go, why are you protesting? Protesting is dumb. It doesn't do anything. That is so not true. Your protest is what brings attention. Then there's people who go, oh, you only had 35 or whatever the first time, and whatever 12 the next time, and 20 the next time, whatever the numbers are. This isn't a George Floyd protest. The average person isn't coming out to protest a business. If you've ever paid attention when you see like Teamsters and teachers holding protests, it's just a few people outside. The whole idea is to bring awareness and to highlight the issue. So now we're into the second phase of the strategy, which is a lot more high level, and it takes time behind the scenes. So in case people are wondering, like, oh, you just protested and it's over. No, I told you guys. If it takes, like the Selma bus boycott, if it takes 10 years, it takes 10 years. If it takes 6 weeks, it takes 6 weeks. You have to stay in this for the long haul. So now what we're doing behind the scenes is building certain alliances, performing our research, and it's a lot I can't and won't say. But we're not going to give up because there are a lot of gosh, I everything I want to say I can't say. But anyway, we're still at it. So thank you for that. And if anybody that has a legal background that has worked in employment law would like to contact me, please DM me, and I would love to speak with you. And please be serious. If you're not really ready to do work or don't have the bandwidth and you have good intentions are great, but they don't get the work done. So please, if you reach out to me, please be serious. Thank you. Peace, love, and reparations.
Connie, Dwan, may I say something to Connie real quick? This is like something I just found out today. So Connie, y'all, I'm on Twitter most of the time, right? When it comes to social media, but I've been cutting up on Instagram too. I even got a few Latino hate trolls now, so I'm getting the big leagues. And so the black guys, this is there's been some attack on Hispanic street vendors apparently, and they're trying to make it like it's an anti-Hispanic Latino thing. That's BS. It's not. In any case, though, one of those guys, Connie, that came, the one that led that protest, that little sorry
Eden.
counter protest,
Eden.
Eden, yes, Eden. So he did a little event for a Hispanic street vendor, and these black guys, these big, buff black guys, all showed up to support the Hispanic street vendor. So I went and wrote one of them. I'm like, really? So you show up to support a Hispanic street vendor, which wrong is wrong. It's wrong if he was attacked. But what about I did my whole thing about Black Americans who have chosen to remain in California or have to remain in California because the majority have moved back south, thank goodness. Or Afro Latinos who are being targeted by Mexican gangs. I told them about you at Power 106 and how you were out there not protected. And I told them about the lawsuit, one of the largest racial discrimination lawsuits in California's history about black employees being racially harassed by Hispanic supervisors. I said, you're not out there protecting one of your own and whatnot. So now he did an interview with Eden, and he was like, I'm getting a lot of backlash from my own people saying that, oh, I'm out here for Hispanic Latinos, but I'm not out here for the Black American community. So then now he and I are supposed to speak today. So I'm saying all that to say that your protest is causing a lot visible. I say it's an iceberg illustration. We see the tip of the iceberg. That's like protest. It's the submerged part of the iceberg where the real change happens, and that part is not always visible. But what you did is making a difference because it's calling out that myth of a black and brown alliance.
Thank you for that. Let me say this to wrap up the Power 106 discussion, and I should make you guys aware of this. And I've talked about this in some spaces. I get death threats, literal freaking death threats, because that guy Eden chooses to straight up lie. People who were at the protest know this isn't true, but he went on his live and just said that I called him the wet B word, and that never happened. So I have all these Latinos and claiming that I did other things, and they splice up videos. So I get a lot of death threats. So I've been able to win over some Latinos when I go, no, here's the whole video where this guy admits that I never said that. So those are the things you guys need to know, is that I do get death threats from alleged black people, um, and Latinos. And it's getting a lot more attention than I think the average person knows. Almost not every, but um, three major hip hop magazines covered it. There's so many podcasts covering it. It's being discussed on radio stations. I did an interview with KBLA last week. But what I want you guys to know is the visibility is high. There's a lot of movement going on here in California related to racism by Latinos against Black Americans. So by us having this protest, I didn't know that it was going to disrupt this hornet's nest, and people are trying to make it about Tyga, Tariq, and American Cholo. American Cholo had, I'm going to post it in the Jumbotron. I want your opinions. He interviewed Skip Townsend, who I have been consulting with as the gang negotiator because this was turning into a big gang thing and it was getting dangerous. Well, he had Skip on the other day. I'm not going to comment much, but I want y'all to watch that video. But anybody who knows um, if you notice, I don't talk about American Cholo and not a lot. That's not my focus. But what I don't like is he was able to skate scot-free, claiming that he's for reparations when we all know he went on camera unsolicited and said Black Americans shouldn't get reparations and Latinos should get angry and protest. That's number one. Number two, he said next thing you know, they're going to want to be singing the Black national anthem at all the games. And he just makes up stuff. He was upset about that. These are anti-Black American freedmen statements that this thing is making. Then he went on to say, we all know he called Tariq ghetto coon. Um, I forgot. He called him something else. We all know that he has used the N word with the hard ER repeatedly. Was called out on it, doubled down. He hasn't apologized. So watch this video. I think it's about 40 minutes long. It might be even shorter. But he was able to skate through this interview, dogging me out. He took a splice of me in a space of me saying something. I'm not going to repeat it here because they'll splice it up again. A Latino came into the space, attacked me and other Black Americans, and I had a snappy comeback. And we all know as Black Americans, roast and you get roasted. So he posted this short clip of me roasting a Latino, talking about, he was like, whatever I don't even remember which space it was, but apparently they said something like, we come here, we don't do anything, blah, blah, blah. So I fired him up. Then he played a back-to-back clip of Tariq, which gave the impression that I was on a show with Tariq. And we all know Tariq is the king of roast. Tariq will tell you, he'll take petty to a whole new level. They didn't show what the Latinos said to us. And so I want y'all to watch the video because your eyes are going to pop out about certain things. But he was able to walk away in a conversation looking like the good guy, painting me as this bigot. And that's why I keep getting death threats. I live in Los Angeles. This place is heavily Latino. I can't just walk around anymore because I don't know who's going to run up on me. And if you understand gang culture, it's people walking around that don't even look like gang members that are gang members, and they will run up on you any place, anytime. I have Black gang members who were Belizean. I didn't even know Belizeans were big gang members out here. A Belizean gang member went on his podcast. I didn't even know all these gang members had podcasts, and some of them are fairly large. I'm about to close. And he went in on me talking about Black unity, but kept referring to me just short of calling me a bitch. And he go, I'm that, and he'd stop. But he was mad at me while saying that I'm being divisive while identifying himself as a Belizean. Then we've got Black alleged Pan-Africanists like Pan-African Report Strikes Back, who still, to my knowledge, he got some calls last week that told him he better stop and keep my name out of his mouth. But he's literally splicing up videos to make me look bad. So it's a lot of pressure, but I'm going to keep it up, guys. And I'm going to keep you abreast. And hopefully in the next maybe 2 weeks, I'll have a much better update and progress for you. And I do want to thank everybody. Some people have been so freaking supportive. And I've been going through some dark times over this. Every day there's drama. There's something directed at me. Even people within allegedly the movement. And that's okay. I'm going to keep going. So peace, love, and unity. Peace, love, and reparations. Let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Yeah, follow her what she's doing. She hit on a good point. The two largest lawsuits in California right now are discrimination lawsuits, Latino against Black, and those are they're like they're going to be the two biggest settlements in California state history. Latino on Black discrimination. So this is shaking a hornet's nest. It's pissing people off, and it goes to show you what 20 Black people in front of a radio station can do to a whole nation of people who are trying to take our culture. It doesn't take much. All we need to do, Black people, is just keep applying pressure. And it really don't take a whole lot. We're dealing with people who have shown through their action that when the pressure's on, they gone. So when it comes down to it, all we got to do is just apply some pressure. And that pressure is centered on our own square. And it's not attacking nobody. It's not berating nobody. Now, if y'all got jokes, Y'all can splice me up all day because I'm gonna come back and say some shit on your ass, and I don't give a damn if you call me what you call me. You dig what I'm saying? So that won't work. So just keep it civil. We keep it civil. Andre, you've been waiting. I'm gonna get to what you got to say, and then I'm gonna get the chains. Go ahead, Andre.
Yes, thank you. Peace to the family. I'm just listening here. I've been paying attention to all of the politics that's going on, and I'm really proud of the foundation of Black American family for, like you say, standing 10 toes down and rising to the challenge. But I studied international affairs. That's my background, educational wise. I'm a realtor based in New York, so I see a lot of things, and New York State, especially in New York City, the dynamics with the immigration is very, very dire. But I'm just gonna get to the point and try to offer my perspective in terms of economics, um, development economics, and international affairs. This is something that needs to be understood. Like we understand our history. We got to understand not just history as it pertains to our justice claim, et cetera, but like economic history. Understanding history, I think, is going to be very important for us because these things, if we don't learn from history, we're doomed to repeat it. And I just worry that some of the agitators and revolutionaries and the people on the ground, they need to be partnered and paired with the people, the intelligentsia of the Black society. And this is in terms of any revolutionary movement. We have to study these revolutions. This is what they do in China. This is, you know what I mean? Like, China was a great empire. It fell. It was, abject poverty until they picked themselves up. They were watching the world wars. They were watching and studying and learning, and they ascended into the economic and political powerhouse that they are because they studied economics and because they studied history. Now, are we?
I like
That's my
that's
point.
true.
I'm a land on the plane right there.
Cool,
Thank
that's
you, guys.
true. Thank you, I appreciate that. But what is true, but we also have to add and tell that whole story because that's where one of those where we can sometimes unintentionally omit the driving force as to why China was able to rise. The United States saw the rise of the black middle class through its auto industry, through its textile industries and things like that. And the United States didn't want to see black people rise. And a lot of people got in that leave the United States, really don't give a damn about the United States either. They care about their money and their power. So they gave China an industry. China didn't produce its own wealth. China
Well,
got
can I respond real quick, because I
let
don't
me
want to
finish.
make it a back and forth. But I would agree with that assessment. Only
No,
I
no,
would
no,
just say that the blessing.
China we have to make sure that we understand that this key fact. The key fact is the fact that there would be no China economy if the United States decides they're not going to start making all their products in China. China didn't, if the United States didn't teach China how to make a train through reverse engineering, if the United States didn't teach China about its auto industry through reverse
Dwan, 100%, and
I'm going to keep muting you until I'm done. I'll let you speak. China was given something that was taken away from Americans for cheap labor. And China was smart about making sure that whatever industry the United States brought over, that United States industry had to hire Chinese people to understand the chain of command and the chain of process of how things were run. So yes, when Mao cleaned things up, they got on coal, they kicked that opium out, they got together, but they benefited from what we lost. And I'm not even gonna say we lost it because it was never ours. It was always the white supremacists It was always there. It's the white supremacists
Absolutely. And
take
I
from
think that's a very important point to make. And I just wanted to, follow up and say that 100%, the jobs, the production got relocated to China in attempt to, find cheaper labor, right? And to economize labor costs. And so this point is exactly why I mentioned that. Is so that we can understand how the United States works, how imperialism works, how global capitalism works. This has to be central in our strategy because, other groups have had to learn and pick up, the pieces from other conflicts and understand their role and position in the world, right? And not be too overly consumed with the domestic, paradigm. And so, to just land the plane in response to what you said, I absolutely 100% agree with you, brother. But, the idea there is that China, was able to, internalize some of the successes and failures and practice group economics. And there's certain kind of social cohesion that was necessary, right? They were anti-capitalist in a lot of ways, and they understood how, the reason why the West came knocking on their doorstep, and they were very shrewd in planning ahead to say, we actually don't want to participate in the global capitalist markets in a way that's subservient. And so they learned the technology, and they were able to, you know, um, uh,
I
you
appreciate
know, practice
appreciate
that group
that, brother.
economics. Yeah.
I appreciate that, brother. I'm gonna get on to the next speaker. Um, but yeah, this is the reason why I bring that up because it's like you can't. We always got to put first things first, and we can't get to levels 3, 4, and 5 before we talk about levels 1 and 2. And the level 1 is they were given something that because China was outside of tea in the British and their obsession for tea. China ain't really giving the world much of what they need, what they want. That come out of here. Black culture is what the world wants. That's the thing. Black culture is fiend. These motherfuckers fiend for this shit. They like crackheads. They like Chris Rock on New Jack City. They over there scratching their neck like y'all got any more of that black culture? So when these people get access to our culture and they get access to the things that our culture perfected and made better, it was the whole idea of the damn power plant comes from uh, the whole creation of the power plant comes from damn George Washington Carver. So even when it comes down to their technology to produce the things that they produce comes from a Black American mind. So we got to put that first. It was taken from us and given to them. They were shown the technology. The doors were opened, and that's how that went down. And from there, they were able to build on top of what went on. But we got to put first things first. Marcel, I saw you while you had your hand up, then you dropped down. So if you want to come back on to speak, Marcel, hit the request. But next up, we have a little tri lamb.
Hi, Dwan. It's a little country lamb.
Okay.
I just wanted to speak from a more feminine place about our culture and music. When we've been twerking since Egypt, and the thing about Egypt is, like, it's known that foundational Black Americans are the remnants of ancient Egypt. If we weren't, they wouldn't have sold us because they would have recognized us. And as far as that goes, we came over here and blended with the people who were already here and developed our own sounds over time and our own dances over time. And when I look back, maybe like a decade or so ago, I remember when everybody wanted to learn how to twerk. Basically, meaning, twerking is pop culture now, but it didn't used to be like that. And the thing is, the people from the diaspora, including white people, have gentrified it, over sexualized it, degraded it, and now they're trying to scam and do it on their own. There's no reason why white women should have twerking studios instructing people on how to do something that their bodies really can't do like ours can. And I just saw a week or so ago I saw a video. I think it may have been the 1930s of a dancer, and she was twerking at the beginning of the video, and I'm like, this been around forever, but you let other people tell it. They say, oh, that's nasty. That's I don't want to dance like that. And then it all changed once they saw how heavy it was in black culture. I don't even
I'm glad you,
remember.
glad you brought that up. I'm letting you play right there. I appreciate it because I want to speak on what you just said.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want this to become the Twitter twerk, Twitter turk time, but that's another example of a larger story of what we are talking about when we started this room with Dr. Randy Short. It's black culture. Whatever we do, we got to understand we got to understand it's a pattern. We got to see the pattern. It's not just twerking. It's literally with everything. The first thing is we create it, and we creating it out of fun, out of competition. Hey, new dance this year, new genre of music this year, new way of playing the drums, new way of playing the bass. We do this consistently over and over and over and over and over again. And the pattern is this: some children create it, young people start doing it. The older people say, "What are you doing?" That's the people from the church say, "Hey, that's devil stuff that you're doing." The conservative Negroes say, "You shouldn't be doing that. You should basically act more white." And then we kind of cast it to the side. Other groups see it, they pick it up. That's why we're having this whole issue with Puerto Ricans talking about b-boying. B-boying was a funk dance. Niggas was doing the James Brown. And because we're so talented, we sat it down for a little bit. And then they picked it up 10 years later. Now all of a sudden they contributed to hip hop because they came up with it 10 years after we were done with it. So that's just the pattern of behavior when it comes to our interaction with them people. And we we have to know that as the adults, here's how we can capitalize on it. When we see our youth doing something like that, we gotta be the ones putting money behind it. If you don't want white people creating twerk studios, create your own first and be the ones that stamp it and validate it, and we be the ones that teach the world, because we can't stop them from creating off our culture. We just gotta be the first ones in when it comes time to do it. I'm gonna get to Change, and I'm gonna get to CC. Go ahead, Change.
Yes, hello, this is Chance from Loxahatchee, Florida, calling by way of Atlanta, Georgia. Um, I just want to say to piggy off of what Andre said, that black on building our. Let me say this before anybody gets alarmed. I am not inciting any violence whatsoever. I will say that to the gangsters in the streets, wherever you are, if they so happen to be listening to this. 2020, how you protected those protesters in the streets, we need you all to protect the black builders of this nation as well. Your community. Stop fighting each other with small beefs, whatever. Put your focus on protecting the children and the black builders in your community. That's all I had to say.
All right, thank you for that. CC, Connie, you have something else you wanted to say. Go ahead.
I'm so excited. Twitter just wrote me and gave me my big account back. I finally got the account back.
Okay.
I'm so happy. They suspended me. The devil was at work. I needed that account so much. It's more than a Twitter account. It's like a book archive. It's a research center. I had thousands of lists and I was just at a loss without it. And I just want to tell you guys, if you're suspended, keep fighting. You can get it back. A day didn't go by that I didn't fight. And I demanded that a live person review my tweet. And every day they wrote me and said, no, you're suspended permanently. And somebody finally read it and said, we were wrong. We apologize. So whoop whoop.
That's dope. That's dope. And what's the name of that account for everyone here to follow if they're not following already?
Damn, I forgot my account name. I haven't had it in 2 weeks. What's my at Noir Dosser, NoirDosser, at Noir Dosser. And they suspended me because allegedly it was an African guy, but I believe it was a deviant guy out of Akron, Ohio. You guys know who I'm speaking of. But anyway, they said that I threatened this person. All I wrote to the person is basically the summary is you chose violence. And then I had some couple of sentences in between. And I said, you chose violence. And then I said, but I drew blood, meaning that I was ripping them to shreds in the back and forth. And so they saw the word blood and violence and suspended me. So once I demanded that a live person read it, they finally said, oh, you're right. Because I kept saying your algorithm is off. Anyway, thank you. I'm so excited.
That's dope. That's dope. So yeah, follow her. I'm gonna get these last two speakers, and then I'll be gonna close this room out. First up, DP, and then Free me.
Yo, can you hear me pretty good? I'm driving.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like I've been working on a solution. I created a whole new style FBA bread. It's been doing really well in my area. I haven't been able to get much support from the grassroots and the FBA community on my material, but it is something that I feel like it could change in perspective, and we can't gatekeep this and monetize this and use it to catapult our powernomic and financial literacy. Um, I could put an example of it in the jumbotron real quick if you had time to really listen to it. But,
I don't have too much time, but I want to go ahead and just give us a brief summary about what it is.
well, I mean, it basically is me trying to I'm changing trap music to trapping, but I'm trapping about trade, my skills. I got a feature on the song I put up in the jumbotron because I started a low voltage business in the DMV area. I've been able to pull guys off the block and get these guys learning these low voltage telecom trade. That's basically like camera security, radios, audio visual installations, things of that nature. And one of my biggest songs in this area is "Throw It on the Wall," where I pretty much promote my TV mounting business and skills. And like I said, it's been received really well, and I do think I can create a real genre, if so to say, about this. And like I said, I put the example in the jumbotron for anybody.
Here's what I appreciate that, brother. Thanks for letting us know. What you can do to help push that is you just got to know that when it comes to music, people are always resistant to whatever's new. So you got to push it and just make it dope. Black music is hella competitive. Black music is very competitive. So when it comes down to it, if you just got to make it fire, make it hot, and push it and push it and push it. And as you push it and put it out there, if it's hot, people will rock with it. Go ahead, Marcel.
Hey, Joe, I know I was looking for the guy that was just up here because he's not a freedman, but his wife's a freedman, and he said he's an ally. He's trying to give FBA freedmen opportunities in the music industry, which is a very difficult industry to get into. But he has some pretty good connections with music executives. I know he's signed at least two of the people that I told about the opportunity already. Now, people need to read the fine print for themselves. I was trying to find that guy because the guy that was just speaking, I think I saw a video of him. I think it went viral, low-key viral, of him rapping on a TV mount. I think I remember seeing it. I didn't know that was him. But since it is, if he's listening, he needs to DM me. I can give him Finn's information, and he can write Finn and follow up with this music opportunity. I think it's like a special distribution deal that he's giving to Freeman because he has some type of position in the record label he's with or Universal Music, whatever, and he can give special deals to people now. So I just wanted to come up and say that.
Thanks for making that clear, because I brother to make it clear. But that's a dope. I remember you talking about that opportunity. That's dope, because that's one thing about us as a people, man. We don't. And Dr. Short hit on this when it came to the whole Obama thing. You know, black people don't like to really validate or rock with things until they see white folks rocking with it too.
Exactly.
Not understanding that white folks are waiting to see what we rock it to before they rock with it. Like, we don't even understand it. It's like if y'all remember that scene, go back to that scene. The scene that tells you this story is in Trading Places with Eddie Murphy. Remember the scene when they were in the restaurant? You got Lewis was outside, Eddie Murphy was on the inside, and he's at dinner with the Duke brothers and all of those people. And it's like, so everyone's talking, having a good time. When Eddie comes in and says, I can tell you 3 reasons why, and he starts to explain why the pork belly prices or whatever won't go up. And as soon as he says that, the whole restaurant stopped. Everyone got quiet and listened. And when he gave, mind you, his character didn't know anything about commodities 3 weeks before this. Now he's in it. He's this hot thing. And all of these so-called experts with the suits on, they all stopped what they were doing to listen to what the black man had to say when he was talking about why buying pork belly prices at a certain number would be a bad idea. That scene encapsulated how the world views us. The world, we over here just minding our business. We learn pretty fast. We picking things up. We can just give a suggestion. The world stops and waits. And instead of us using that to our advantage and taking that and building industry on top of it, like the sister was talking about earlier, the twerking or whatever. You know what I mean? We can build if people like it, who gives a damn about what it is, about how you view it? Twerk is just another dance. You think it's over sexualized? Okay, cool. But it's people making bread off that right now. People were clowning break dancers back in the day, but you got these damn Jabberwockies running around here with these screen masks on doing black dances. It's always happened. It's always happened. It's always happened. We got to capitalize on this stuff. We got to stop going around and acting like, whatever we do is bad. And then once other people get it and take it and run with it, we want to look back and say, hey, you stole that. We got to be the first ones in. We don't need their validation. Their validation is waiting on our step of approval. We got to know that shit. Marcel, you have something else you want to say? Sunny, Katie, I see y'all in there. Salute to y'all. Eve, Hood News. Salute to
No,
all.
I found them. He just direct messaged me. I don't know if y'all don't remember him. It went viral. Things go viral all the time, but it was like last year or was it earlier this year? He was rapping on the TV mount. It went kind of viral on Twitter. I don't know. I don't see it on his page, but it went. I saw it. I mean, that's the only reason I would know about it because I saw it going around Twitter. It was right. Remember that where the money reside guy? Okay, when he came out the trunk of some car rapping. Well, then this gentleman, I don't know which one did it first. He did this one rapping on a TV mount, and it went viral. So I didn't know that was him. And he's been following me too. But we're talking in the DMs, and you're right. Look, we got to stop caring about. Like I see a lot of us making comments talking about, oh, we be arguing, and white people and the tethers just sitting back laughing at us. I don't care. They kill each other all the time. Russia and Ukrainians are killing each other right now. White Europeans are killing each other for centuries. White people kill each other all the time. Who cares what they think? That's a problem. If we're just trying to say everybody get along because we don't want tethers to see us arguing with each other, then that's why we're going to continue to go argue with each other because you're not doing it for the right reason. Okay? If I'm going to check someone, I'm going to check someone, but it's going to be for a good reason. And if that's the case, I don't care who sees it. So I just want to say that too.
Well, I appreciate that. Sister Sean, go right ahead. I'm going to take a couple more people. But make it as quick as you can because I'm going to take a couple more people. Go ahead.
Yes. This was a powerful space. I've been dipping in and out. Dr. Short already dropped his gems, but here's what needs to happen in modern day, right? We need to find a way to get, some aspects of our culture almost like patented or, copyrighted, right? Because it's only okay to steal like what we do. And I've been looking at this debate, right? So we've got a hip hop debate It's been thoroughly debunked. And all they're doing is trying to repurpose our music to people who they feel more comfortable with. They want to put a more comfortable face without the credit. And it's something that we do have to fight for. Some people say, oh, this is minute, but this is very, very important, because how many of our Black musicians have got dumped out of millions and millions of dollars only to put a new face on it, which is everything that we originally created, and get millions of dollars. And most of those original artists are dying penniless. That's atrocious. And the same thing goes with the film industry. We know about the atrocities of the film industry. So we get our backs broke, break down all the barriers for some people to come in, don't get the compensation, don't get the roles. And then once we broke down all of those horrific barriers for progress and success, you want to turn around and look back on us to say, now we're being accused of being divisive or xenophobic. When these people don't understand, we've had decades and decades and decades of artists in music and in film who broke down those damn barriers. So everything, not even just in art, music, and film, that's why it's important. Even in general civil rights, what we're dealing with now with immigration, we break down all the barriers, but get none of the fruits.
That's a
Then
good
we
point.
can take it, let's take it another level
That's
with this graffiti thing.
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, because I want to get to what you just said. About when it comes to us getting, look, when we create things, yes, they take it, but I'm all about solutions and what can we do. That's why, like, I don't really argue with them and worry about too much what they doing, because they're a bunch of monkeys. They're gonna act like monkeys. So I expect that. My whole point of view is to educate us so that we know. Only thing that matters is that we know. And when we know, we do better. We don't do better because we don't know better usually. But there are areas where we mess up when it comes to this. The reason why hip hop has been able to be, we even having this argument, is because, and I've been saying this for a long time, the last 40 years, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, have been treating hip hop as if it's something segregated from the blues, something other than R&B, something other than jazz. It's just the newest child that we birth, but we have these internal fights to where we fight between which coast and that coast. My coast is better than your coast. We have these my top 5 MCs, my top 10 producers. That's all we talk about when it comes to music. So while we having these stupid ass fights, here they come, and then New York is allowing them to say, man, it's the only thing happening in New York. Instead of saying this is a Black culture thing, we put it out there for it to be stolen. Adele just got, I looked in the LA Times last month. Adele just bought a house in LA for $58 million with that tonal, non-soulful, horrible ass version knockoff of R&B. When you still got people out here that we got queens like Lettucey and Layla Hathaway. You know what I mean? I'm sure they're doing okay financially. I'm sure they're not broke. But these queens with these vocals that they have, they should be over here at the top of the heap when it comes to music. But they can't get a decent production budget to get decent background of vocals and background musicians to play on their albums. And Adele bought a $58 million house. So we see that, but oftentimes what we can do as a people to prevent against that, to prevent that, is to hold our grades high. Something that they do in a Security Tribe group that I appreciate. They have these Friday sessions where they just talk about, different music, and they play music and they appreciate the people. That's something that I like what they're doing. But as Black people, we should have been doing that. We get to the point as Black people to where if somebody didn't have a top 10 hit in the last 2 years, they ain't shit. You know what I mean? We've been doing that for far too long. Oh man, whatever happened, man? Oh man, Corrupt ain't shit, man. Corrupt only had that one song that one album, and then Dog Pound didn't even do another album. Well, maybe they didn't do another album because of bullshit that was going on politically behind the scenes at the record label. Why can't we just love them and appreciate them for the guys that they are, for the one album that they did give us? That kind of talk and that kind of conversation amongst ourselves opened the door for people to come take our stuff. We change these conversations. We uphold our legends. We make sure we create our own holidays for our greats. We learn more about our people. There won't be room for these other people to come in and do anything with our culture. I want to get to Yaya and then I come back to you, but I want to keep it going. Go ahead, Yaya.
Hi, thank you so much for rolling me the mic. And I want to say something that you said earlier. I appreciate that so much. Our own culture when we are the culture, and we're always making the first people to shame us out of being innovative. And I'm a roll on this. I'm gonna roll this all the way to the grave. I'm gonna bring up twerking. I'm gonna bring up twerking because it's something that happened with a younger part of my generation, right? Not my generation, but my children's generation, right? It's in their generation. And I'm gonna protect that because I've seen it happen before and I've heard about it happen in history. From the twist to the bump to swing and bebop and all the stuff we did, they always over sexualize us and they always demonize us. And I'm going to say, for the record, that twerking comes out of the South. And the reason why I'm going to say that is because before I ever heard of hip hop, when I used to go down to the South in the summer and hang out with all my cousins in the deep South, they used to do underground parties and house parties, and they used to call it popping, right? And me being from California, I used to be amazed when I would come and I would see the way they would dance, and they called it popping back then, okay? And it'd be sweaty and dark, and everybody is just dancing. That's why everybody was in good shape and thin, because they danced. And that's what they called it back then. Now, before my generation, I don't know what they call it, but I know that anything we do with our bodies is either criminalized, demonized, or over sexualized. Freddie Gray couldn't even look at the police with his eyes. Okay? He looked at the police with his eyes, and that um, got him demonized. Okay? They used to have laws where we couldn't look people in their faces because we would look at them with the intensity of what the situation was, right? So everything about us, they demonize. Oh my God, you do this. Everything is over sexualized. I'm holding down twerking. That's part of the culture. And see, that's what you guys have to fight for, stuff like that, because culture comes with a definition. And it's your art, it's your music, it's your dance, it's your food, it's your religion, it's your language, right? It's there's characteristics to culture. And because we have the only living breathing culture, and we are the prey on the planet, they demonize everything we do. They demonize even the way we move our bodies, even the way we cultivate our chakras to keep us alive, to keep our reproductive organs with blood flowing through them, so women don't have fibroids because they can't move their waist, they can't move their hips, they can't move their bodies because we get over sexualized here. So I appreciate you for saying that. We have to protect every aspect of our culture. And we need to know that when we over sexualize anyone's body, we need to go inside and check on what happened to us and fix that. It's not on the person you're projecting on, it's on the man in the mirror and what's going on with you and your sexuality. Okay?
That's real.
So thank you. I appreciate that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Let's real talk. Like we learned a lot as kids, going down to the South with our cousins, and them coming out west. You know what I mean? We as Black people got to remember those times and make sure we tell those stories to the younger generation, because those stories were important. You know what I mean? That we have this, that we speak more about our culture to our kids and to the youth. We have a long history in this country of demonizing whatever the babies are doing and making it a generational war, a generational contest. It shouldn't be that. It should be Hey, that's what y'all doing? Well, shit. In 1987, and we was doing this. Niggas had Jerry curls wearing K Swiss in L.A. with Kroger sacks, and oh, y'all like these little skinny jeans? Yeah, I'm pretty sure your nuts don't like them. But hey, if that's what y'all doing, that's what y'all doing. We gotta just roll with our youth, man, and what they doing, and make it a conversation, not a competition. I'm gonna do Marcel, she, then I'm gonna get back to you, sister. Because you spoke. I'm gonna go Marcel, then I'm gonna go to she, and then to sister.
Yeah, Dwan. I like what you just said. It is a generational pattern for the older generation to criticize what the younger generation is doing, whether it's valid or not. It just happens. Like in the '90s, that some of us now adore, in early 2000s. I remember my parents and them saying, "Oh, y'all don't know what good music is," and my mother told me in the '70s, which a lot of people feel like the '70s was like one of the heights of black music. My great grandmother, my mother say was be like, "Oh, y'all don't know what good music is." I just think that's the thing that happens generationally, but that's a problem because in those days you had like the Chitlin circuit, which we still have, because how Tyler Perry got big. But you had mainly the radio. Now we don't need the radio. You got social media. A lot of artists are putting out good music through doing clubs and lounges and Chitlin circuits and live performances. But social media, we need to find our Freeman artists that are putting out good music now instead of thinking the radio is going to spoon feed them to us. And we're not doing that. That's how we lose. Or I would say we don't ever lose our culture. I strongly disagree when people say our culture gets hijacked from us. No, they try to, but we always quick to remind them. When people try to say rock and roll was done by white people, you're always going to have black people say, oh, hell no, it was not. So no, you never hijack our culture. But one of the reasons why we lose a presence in our own culture is because we simply want it to be spoon-fed to us, I feel, on the radio. There are plenty of underground artists. A lot of my students listen to these Freeman artists that I don't ever heard of, but when I find out about them, I look them up. And these people are on the radio. They're online, on social media. We need to find and support our Freeman artists, even if we don't hear them on the radio. They are out there. I'm pretty sure a lot of us know people down the street from us who are probably artists, probably perform locally and can sing and dance and play instruments, play circles around these nobodies that they try to spoon feed us on the radio. That's one of the ways we maintain presence in our culture is by deciding whom we are going to support in our culture. The reason some of these artists are being pushed down our throats is because white people are supporting them. It ain't necessarily us. They may look like us. They may even be us, but they're getting support from white people. We need to find the artists that are making the type of music and sound we want to hear and support them. And we are not doing that because there's a lot of good Black American underground artists that are not getting the support they need because we just aren't putting forth the effort to look for them, cultivate them, support them, and promote them. We have to be the change we want to see. That's always been the way it is.
Real talk. And on that, I be forgetting to promote my brands. I be having so much that I do. IncenseandAshtrays.com. I just put it up in the jumbotron. That's my publication to where I highlight the great music of the past and I talk about the great artists that are out now. I have an interview with my man Jarris Mosley. He's somebody you all should know. Prince used to pick him up from high school in a limo to go jam with him in Beverly Hills all night, and then drop him off in that same limo back at high school, not getting no sleep. And he has all those stories. He's recently won Grammys with Jasmine Sullivan and Anderson .Paak. You got him out here. You got Corey Henry just out of New York just dropped another dope soul album. He plays the organ. You gotta listen to that man. His group, the Funk Apostles. These motherfuckers are funky as hell. You got Catalyst, is a jazz band out of LA. You got Terrace Martin. You got so many great artists on the hip hop side. You got La Russell. La Russell is changing the game right now. He has a huge cult following online, and when he raps, he's talking about the real shit. A lot of the big artists that the young people are into, they following them on IG and on YouTube, y'all, and they're out there and they're really good. So if you follow Incense and Ashtrays, I talk about them. I do a show. I'm not gonna do it tonight because I'm be at the Jazz Festival. But on Sundays and Fridays, where I play these artists like old school radio, I play the music. I introduce the music, the artists. I give you some background stories, some history, and we talk about it. So Incense and Ashtrays is the publication that we're rallying around to find out where the good black music of the past and present is and support them And I'm also going to the metaverse because I'm not just looking at the internet. Instance and Ashtrays is also going into the metaverse. I'm getting my whole world built right now. I was on the phone with the people the last 5 hours on Wednesday. It should be completed really soon. And on Instance and Ashtrays in the metaverse, I'm going to have a lot of black comedians and artists in there. So the people who are into that world Web 3.0, I'm gonna have like the old school acts like the Outlaws performing. I'm gonna have cats like it's all kinds of newer rappers that are out that gonna be performing, and also comedy. My man Teddy Ray was supposed to be my first guest, but unfortunately he passed away. But he was gonna be my first comedian on the show. But I'll have Sling Johnson, and we're gonna bring and my whole my I'm sorry I'm gonna get to the next speaker, but my whole my metaverse world on Incense and Ashtrays is built like the Harlem Renaissance. I have Harlem Renaissance style drapery, the stage style. I'm using the stage from the Nicholas Brothers dance from the movie Stormy Weather. It's gonna have the whole. It's gonna have that whole feel. It's gonna start at an old rustic train station out of the 1800s. It's gonna teleport you into my world that looks like the Harlem Renaissance, and we got black music. So get your little mask, your Oculus mask, because I'm putting this shit in the metaverse. I know where this shit's going, so I'm gonna be in front of it. Because again, it's a lot of people out there that talk about it, but hey, whatever's going on, I figure if I see the issue with it, I'm going to be that solution. And I see the issue with what's going on in our music, so I figure it's my job to be the one that's ahead of it. That's why I'm putting that shit up in the metaverse. But she means business is on you.
Hey, Dawn, thank you for this powerful, powerful room. I just wanted to speak to a couple of things that was said. So one of the things that I have run across about why the youth is so disconnected from our musical history is because there was an attitude within our culture where we didn't understand the value of music. So especially a lot of times in the 90s and the 80s when we were innovating hip hop, which is a whole economy, fashion, music, hairstyles, like shoes. The sneaker culture came out of hip hop. So hip hop was a whole economy. But we had a lot of the older people who just wanted us to go to school and get a job. There wasn't necessarily an understanding and appreciation for the value of the music culture and also making sure our kids know the music history. So that's why you have a lot of people who they don't really necessarily care what's happening because they don't understand the value. We should never give control over to someone else outside of our people who have control over the hearts and minds of our kids that influence our kids. And when you were talking about the movie industry, I'm not sure if you said this about the music industry as well, but when you were talking about the consolidation that went down in the movie industry, that's the same thing that happened in the music industry. We had a lot of independent black owned labels that got swallowed up and bought up by these major record labels. And that's how they're able to maintain control, is that streamlining. So the thing is that
Exact.
I'm
That's
sorry. So the thing I wanted to say is that oh, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. But so yeah, so that is what happened. And this whole conversation that we're having right now, everything that's happening right now was intentional and it was set in motion. That's one of the reasons why they removed a lot of our people out of the music industry so they can position people who were going to be willing to sell out and people who were going to be willing to play their position to allow this type of thing to go on right now. So I just wanted to say that and thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's the 1996 Telecommunications Act. That right there is what allowed those big old studios to buy the smaller studios and to consolidate the movies and the music. To get to you, it's just something that you finish it off, and then we're gonna close the room out.
Okay, so I just wanted to kind of wrap up my thoughts on what I was saying before. It's music, it's actresses in the film industry, in the music industry. But even here's what you got to think about. What the sister just said before. Yeah, we failed to understand that it is an industry. It is an economy, and that all of these things that our children were doing in the backyard has been monetized for other people to get the bag and get paid. Okay. And part of that is our failure. Part of our current failure is that we still fail to gatekeep. So I think you talk about like, what are we going to do from here? So I would like to see, artists and all of this artistry, right? Somehow we're going to have to find a way to formally protect it. Or if not, it's just going to continue, because all of our culture is communal. That means it's open to everybody. And I just looked up the traditional Jewish dance. It's called the hora, right? And I think people have seen pictures of it. They probably didn't know the name of it, but it's called the hora dance. And that's when you see all of them in their black hats and suits, and they're running around in circles and bouncing. That means something. It's called the hora. I would really like to see, what if a bunch of black folks, FBA, freedmen, get out there and start doing the hora, and get out here in mainstream and start making money off the horror dance. What do you think would happen? What do you think would happen?
Poison in the water.
Well, this is the same thing that I'm saying. So trust me, it hasn't even happened. It's kind of like uncharted territory. But trust me, bunch of black folks get out there doing the damn horror at some award show and start making millions, and see what the Jewish people do. Trust me. Trust and believe. So what we've got to do, and we are going to need the support of active entertainers. A lot of them have sold out. But new entertainers, I can't even speak to the old heads. Let's speak to the new ones. We need to do something in a class. Somebody needs to look in to copywriting, trademarking certain dances. That way you can't, the big TikTok lawsuit, stealing dances, all that K-pop, that literally is our industry that we did not control. That K-pop is FBA freedmen. They're making millions off of it because they want a white or Asian or Latino face on our industry. And if we don't get smart enough to gatekeep this, then that's our problem. Yeah, if you want to get out there and do it, put some licensing on it. Make them pay a fee to use our dances or to use our genres in terms of our notes, our flat notes, our singing techniques. We haven't put the business mind on our culture. And then
Sister
it goes
Sean.
even further. It goes even further, and I'll land right here. But that big thing about that horror dance, put a horror dance out there, that Jewish dance, and see what the hell happened to your black ass. Okay?
Sister Sean, you are so right. You are so right.
One second. I'm about to have to end this space really soon because I got some places to get to. So, Dr. Short, since you're in here, I want you to close it out with whatever you wanted to say. You're here, so I want you to get the last word, and then I'm gonna close the space out. Hit the unmute button. It's on the bottom left, and follow Dwan B on YouTube so you can get more. Follow Dwan B on YouTube so you can get more of these talks with Dr. Randy Short. Go ahead, Dr. Short.
Yes, sir. God bless you, Brother Dwan B, and God bless Sister Sean. And I see Brother Marcel, one of the greatest black men in the country. God bless him, down in South Carolina, and everybody else. And what Sister Sean was saying is so true. I just want to give you an example. Yahweh ben Yahweh, part of what happened that shut them down in Florida is the Jews didn't want them using the word Yahweh. I think he wrote it out and they came after him. They don't play around with their culture. Black people have to stop treating culture like it's a condom, like it's a used condom. Okay. And there's a story about Esau in the book of Genesis, the son of the promise, who had the whole covenant, the promised land and everything. And he sold out for a bowl of beans, a mess of pottage. We are guilty of, as a people, being cheap and not taking ourselves seriously and getting played seriously. And I can say this to you, that the Avatar film, I want everybody to commit. In particular, I want Brother Marcel and you, My cousin wrote up two things called Pollination and Aquatica, which has become the films Avatar 1 and 2. Because he fought and he had his trademarks and everything, they illegally stole everything from him unlawfully. Okay. And Mr. Cameron shouldn't be able to have another movie in America until he pays my cousin for what he's done. We should agree to make an example of a culture vulture to destroy this next film of Mr. Cameron. A handful of us, we can agree. Those on this line right now can say, pardon my language, fuck James Cameron, fuck Hollywood, fuck people who steal from us. We can ruin this film. All we have to do is tell folks that you'll get monkeypox if you go to see Avatar 2. We can make that thing, we can ruin it. We have to hurt people. We have to show folks some pain. Jews shut Yahweh ben Yahweh down more than them killing black folks in South Florida. It was about them messing with Jewish people's symbols and culture, and they shut it down. We have to fight over something, and we have to make people respect us. Stop asking for it. And I don't like anybody black. If you're on the line, please go to hell if you say we can't. I want to remind you of one piece of history that Tariq Nasheed's talking about and his new film coming up on the Maroons. My family and other people's families that lived down in Virginia, North Carolina, lived in the swamp, a 2,000 square mile swamp. When slavery was the law, they wouldn't be slaves, with or without guns. If my ancestors in the middle of America and two slave states can say they're not going to be slaves, even if it's the law, we have no goddamn excuse in a society where slavery is illegal, where discrimination is illegal, to accept this. In the words of my buddy Ray West's son, Kanye West, who I prophesied over his career in 1999, and I'm right, slavery is a choice. Inferiority is a choice. Being walked on, being shitted on, pardon my language, is a choice. And unfortunately, most of us passively think if I don't openly say I accept getting shitted on and shat on, should I say, that's the proper term, and pissed on, then I really don't acquiesce to it when you really do. The days for being shitted on and shat on and vomited on and treated can be declared over if we really want it. If we want it. And I will say this to you, I am not convinced that the majority of us are willing to stop it. This is only happening because we don't want to stop it. To stop it, whatever it would cost to stop it. I grew up desegregating schools with parents that didn't know what I went through or my brother went through. People stopped spitting on us and throwing rocks at us when we spat back and we threw rocks back. On a larger scale, we don't need to necessarily do anything crazy. If we began to just organize how we spend our money. In fact, I'm sorry, I don't know if we're going to have this march in DC, but what I want to propose, I hope everybody hears this. Black people need to make an agreement amongst ourselves to restrict our spending of money for 18 months. We could bring this country, we could destroy almost every Fortune 500 company. They'll give us reparations. In fact, they'll give us a Big Mac and a Biggie Fry if we show them we don't give a damn about this. The problem with us is that we subsidize our enslavement and our genocide. We pay for it. We pay top dollar for our own destruction. When do we quit this stupid game? And it's easy to quit. Don't go to a church where you have a nigger pastor that won't stand up. Quit these stupid Greek letter societies when you know damn well your chapters don't want to do anything to free our people. Cut the shit if you want freedom, or shut the fuck up. Accept being a slave or be prepared to pay a full price for freedom. I'm done.
Thank you for that word, Dr. Short. And you can follow me on YouTube. That's where you can get these videos, that these conversations that Dr. Short and I have regularly. We have dozens and dozens of talks like this. We have talks to where Dr. Short really breaks down a lot of the things that have been going on in DC over the last 30 years he's been president. He talks about a lot of your favorite, well, now infamous black politicians, and he tells insider stories about some of the bullshit that they've done. We also take some time clowning and talking shit about these current traitors within office. Marcel's best friend Jim Clyburn. We have a good time talking about him. That's Sambo. We have a good time talking about Uncle Fester over there in Chicago. Uncle Fester Lightfoot. We have a good time, talking about, and people always come around and say, hey, you shouldn't talk about them. Look, if you're a black person and you worked to undermine the overall progress of black people, you don't deserve our respect. Matter of fact, you deserve every negative, nasty thing we have to say about you. We believe in making public fools of these people who publicly fuck us over. There is no respect to be had. So if I call Maxine Waters a character on Fraggle Rock, I don't need no nigga coming around telling me, you shouldn't say that. Well, nah, she shouldn't have let all these Mexicans come into my district over here and take all the jobs of substance and act like they running shit and treat the niggas bad. If she wants my respect, she can step up and talk to and speak up for us. So yeah, we got that going on YouTube. InstanceandAshtrays.com. That's where I really break down the music and the music history. Dr. Short and I, we're still going to do a show pretty soon on the greatness of Lamont Dozier. I have an interview up with the great Bobby Rush, and thank you, Dr. Short, for hooking me up with him. And that interview breaks down a lot of what was going on in the juke joints in Black America during the 1950s, because he's an elder now. I think that Mr. Bobby Rush is 89 now, but he was there with Muddy Waters and Etta James, and he tells those firsthand stories. And Pigmeat Markham. So a lot of the stuff that we talk about, the R&B roots of black music, of hip hop, you can go to some of my interviews and get some firsthand stories about what was going on during that time, so you can get the information in the game for yourself. But I've been on here for 4 hours, man. I got to get to the Hollywood Bowl, man. I got some music to listen to. So I'm gonna holler at y'all. I got this space recorded. It'll be up, and I'm also gonna upload it up to YouTube. Thank you, Michael. Salute to Michael Warden in the room right now, man. We couldn't do it without that brother. He's one of those unsung heroes of what we do here. Everybody has a role in this thing, and whatever role your role is to play, make sure you play it hard. When I coach basketball, all I need is one point guard, one shooting guard, one center, one small forward, one power forward. I don't need the shooting guard trying to play point guard. Whatever your role is, you play it. Sometimes your role may just be retweeting a space. Sometimes you may be able to buy one T-shirt from a black media person that's selling something. Sometimes your role is just sharing with other people the information. Whatever it is, play it and play it hard. Stop going around talking about Malcolm and Martin. We only had one Malcolm, one Martin, but we had millions of people that undergirded them, that made their movement successful. Be one of the millions that undergirded the Malcolms and the Martins of the world, and that's what's gonna make all this shit work. Dig what I'm saying? So follow everything we got going, and thank y'all for listening. I'm out.